Hello everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining me today as we are going to continue on with the story. But before we do that, we have some Shadowbringers role questing to do. And we find ourselves back here in nostalgic old Gridania. Getting some of that Realm Reborn music. And we're going to pick up Pictomancer. We're next to a cheerless Hera. Time to grab ourselves another new job that we will completely ignore the job quest for now. We're here for a crystal, nothing more. Let us become a Pictomancer. I'm looking forward to this one today. We're going to be grabbing this, doing the Shadowbringers role quest, then we will see how far we get into patch 6.5 of the Endwalker story. We might not finish the whole thing today, but we'll just see. Might be like a 6.5 and then a 6.55 situation. Let's speak with the Hera for the joy of Pictomancy. The cheerless Hera is at the end of his tether. So we'll get the soul of the Pictomancer and a weathered round brush. So a peculiar role for the game. I wouldn't really expect a magical DPS painting job, but there you go. Matron, help me. Matron, help me. One more complaint this day and I swear. Forgive me my rambling, but please tell me you haven't come to make a complaint. I'll have you know my evening is going swimmingly. Well, I should warn you that a Moogle has been making a nuisance of himself here in Gridania. The Palmed Pest has been harassing adventurers in an attempt to rope them into some painting endeavor. Despite the lack of interest, he refuses to give up. You are an adventuring sort, are you not? If so, you would be wise to give that Moogle a wide berth. Unless you are the artistic adventuring sort, I suspect he's still loitering in the Aetheryte Plaza, if my tale has piqued your interest. Ooh, unique jingle for the quest accepted. Alright. Off we go. In the right direction. Moogle. Destination, there we go. First and foremost, it appears I have some mail as well, so I've got to check that. How are we doing audio wise, by the way, gamers? Does everything sound alright? I don't know if my mic's being more loud than usual. It kind of looks like it. I'm just gonna... I'll do the thing where I turn it off and on again. And then maybe it'll sound how it's supposed to. Just in case. Let us wait at the destination. Good morning or good evening, everybody. Thanks for joining and coming on in. Thanks for being here nice and early. You there, Kupo. How would you like to do some painting? Not ordinary painting, mind you. Magic painting where your works come to life. Your imagination's the limit. Can I interest you in a spot of painting? Aw, Kupo nuts. Why won't anyone give me a chance? They could do so much good with the power of Pictomancy. You had me at magic painting. What did you say, Kupo? You're not pulling my palm, are you? You wish to know more about Pictomancy? Truly? Whoa. This looks so cinematic. I'm seeing angles in dialogue that I'm not used to seeing. Hooray! Hooray! The name's Kupopo, and I'm extremely pleased to meet you, Kupo. I am the inheritor of a Pictomancer's soul crystal, and I seek a creative individual who can carry on this arcane artistry. I'm seeing dialogue angles I've never seen before, instead of just like the same ones I've been looking at for so long. Holy shit. You can tell that this was implemented in a bit of a different... But even Endwalker, you know, does the same thing. That's crazy. I like immediately clocked it. I'm like, this is an angle I'm not used to having my face shown at. A history lesson is in order. Pictomancy was conceived some 1500 years ago in the dusk of the 5th astral era. While other schools of magic that originated during that period, such as black and white, are expressions of the caster's will, Pictomancy relies on something even more abstract, the imagination. Imagination. By channeling ether into a concept held in their mind's eye, a Pictomancer can give form to the formless. It's throwing me off, dude. It's a bit tricky to wrap your head around, I know, and that's precisely why the great Archon Realm, founder of Pictomancy, incorporated the painter's tools into our art. A gifted artist as well as mage, Realm took up a brush instead of staff and wielded ether like paint to give shape to her imaginings. In this way was Pictomancy born, a magical discipline unlike any other Kupo. Now, Realm was a charitable soul and never ever used her powers for self-serving ends. She dedicated her life to aiding and defending those in need. During the War of the Magi, Realm traveled the land and saved countless people with her Pictomancy, and it was for those deeds that she earned a place among the 12 Archons. So how about it? Would you like to take up the Archon's noble legacy and become, dare I say it, a Realm reborn? Wonderful, Kupo. Your enthusiasm warms my heart. As I have only one soul crystal, however, I must ensure that I entrust it to the right person. Therefore, before I grant you this dazzling opportunity, I require that you attend a job interview. Seek me out at the Carline Canopy, and be sure to come prepared with your fanciest, Pictomanciest answers for my flurry of very professional questions. Just like there's NPCs walking around in the background. I've got like new stuff going on with my angles, and that does make sense. There was a graphical update, so they changed some things to account for that. Cool. It's actually funny you say that. It's very funny you say that, Philippe, because literally I was going to be starting this stream with this. I almost started the stream wearing this for the Pictomancer job. So it's nice to know that like you're on the same page as me. But it was the plan. It was already the plan. I'm just not in the right job. So I was waiting for, properly waiting to be in the Pictomancer fit and then change it. But we'll do it a little bit early, why not? Because we got to dress for the interview. Okay, dressed to impress. Ah, there you are. I would have invited you to my cozy little hovel and put out tea and biscuits. Except I don't have a cozy little hovel, or any home to speak of for that matter. Such is the life of an itinerant Moogle, Kupo. I haven't a guild to my name either, so I can't order us tea and biscuits, but we can avail ourselves of a table. Have I ever gave a try to Darkest Dungeon? I don't think so. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce this interview commenced. Kupo, let's begin with the basics. Might I have your full name? I'm Omega Ocelot. It is a fine name. Well met, Omega Ocelot. Right, on to the next question. What do you consider your primary vocation? I'm, between jobs at the moment. I apologize if I asked a sensitive question. But take heart, my friend. If you pass my interview, you'll become a certified Pictomancer, and all the realms shall ooh and ah at you. And moving along to the next question, how would you rate your artistic abilities? My stick figure drawings are second to none. Well, I, for one, think stick figures are wonderful, as is your honest answer. You'll be pleased to know that Pictomancy relies more on one's imagination than their artistic abilities, so don't fret about your egregious lack of the latter. Speaking of imagination, let's try and put yours to work. Tell me the first thought that enters your mind when you hear the word Moogle. Furry little shites. I beg your pardon. That's a rather unsettling answer, but I suppose there's a fine line between genius and madness. I won't dwell on it, Kupo. Now, this next question is very important. Someone's in trouble. What do you do? I help them without question. I didn't expect any other answer, Kupo. If I may ask a follow-up question, can you share a recent example of when you approached a soul in distress? Come again, a hero who's been inundated with complaints about my Pictomancy pictures. Oh dear, that's rather disheartening, Kupo, but this isn't about me. What's important is that you are not wont to ignore the plight of another. That willingness to serve a greater purpose and emulate Archon Realm's example is the key to becoming a truly talented Pictomancer. Yep, that's me. Truly talented Pictomancer, as you can see. Having considered your answers, I reckon you have what it takes to become a capable Pictomancer. I'm so relieved I found you, Kupo. I deem you worthy of the Soul Crystal. However, I should warn you that it comes with some proverbial strings attached, a bit of emotional baggage too. You see, several moons ago I got into a terrible argument with my best friend. We went our separate ways and I've not seen her since. I wish I could meet her again, try to reconcile more than anything. So if we hear aught of her during our journey together, I'd like you to lend me a helping hand. If you're still willing to train as a Pictomancer with this condition in mind, then the Soul Crystal is yours. Just say the word, Kupo. Time to become an artiste. So you still wish to be a Pictomancer in full acceptance of my condition? Then, as promised, I bestow upon you the Soul Crystal. And to help get you started, I've prepared a set of equipment. Hopefully it fits, Kupo. Quest complete. And leveling up. And leveling up my Dark Knight at the same time. Okay. Forget that it's an armory crest situation. Oh, I have to... Okay, hold on. The next quest being a tutorial. So that I just have it at level 80. Oh, it's the brush that's the weapon. I'm like, oh, I'm naked. I'm naked. My brain was like, oh man, I haven't had to do something that isn't like pressing my shortcuts in a while. I'm like, how do I turn into an artiste? But of course, you must equip the brush. That's what I look like. Oh my god, we gotta... Away. Away. Away! Alright, we have so many abilities straight off the bat. Are we ready to learn? And shall we do the first quest? Because it's a tutorial? Pinkopolops. So when you mentioned Darkest Dungeon, my first thought was that it was something in the game itself. It was like a game mode or something. But no. I haven't played the game Darkest Dungeon. I think maybe... What is it? There's a deep dungeons in this game? Deep dungeons, yeah. Alright, canvases. Pictomancer eschews the stave for a brush, painting their imaginings upon a canvas and bringing them to life through magic. By utilizing the creature canvas, the weapon canvas, and the landscape canvas, a variety of effects can be produced. Creature motifs are painted on the creature canvas and can be rendered to life through living muse, simultaneously granting a depiction of the rendered motif. Assembling a depiction of Pom and depiction of wings creates a Moogle portrait, allowing the execution of Mog of the Ages. Weapon motifs are painted on the weapon canvas and can be rendered to life through Steel Muse. When a hammer is painted on the canvas, Striking Muse can be performed, allowing the execution of Hammer Stamp. Landscape motifs are painted on the landscape canvas and can be rendered to life through Scenic Muse. When a starry sky is painted on the canvas, Starry Muse can be performed, increasing the damage dealt by self and party members. There is a palette gauge. The palette and white paint can be accumulated by executing certain ether hue spells. Once your palette is sufficiently saturated with ether, you can consume a portion of the palette gauge to execute Subtractive Palette, which will temporarily alter the properties of your ether hue spells, significantly enhancing them. Additionally, white paint can be spent to execute Holy in White. Okay. First, I move my canvases. Where should I move my canvases? I don't know where to... Oh, God. Let me, I'll put my canvases off to the side here. I might move this other ability into another one. Move my little pallet gauge down here. Okay. You can go over here. But now I've got to figure out what the hell's even going on. Then I'll have to arrange this. So this is going to be the challenging part of getting a new job. Dear chat, is now I'm going to have to... Now I'm going to have to do this. Canvases down there and I go, my paintings, so they're not in the way. But then I need to see them. So we have fire and red. We'll do the first quest because, like, it's been pointed out that is a bit of a tutorial, but I'm just going to read over my stuff first real quick. Deals fire damage with a potency of 380, grants ether hues, lowers targets physical damage. So that's a debuff. Creates a barrier around self that absorbs damage. We have a buff. We have puts target and all nearby enemies to sleep. We have restoring own MP. We have swift cast. We have smudge. Quickly dash 15 yards forward. Cannot be executed while bound. We've got movement. Deals fire damage with a potency of 150 to target and all additional enemies nearby. We have fire 2 in red. Deals unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 460 for the first enemy, 65% less for all remaining enemies. So we've got Holy and White, we have Tempera Coat and Addle, so put that there. Render your Moogle portrait to life, dealing unexpected damage to all enemies in a straight line before you with a potency of 800 for the first enemy, 70% less for all remaining. So that's with Moogle portrait. Pom motif paints a pom. Cast immediately when used outside of combat. The creature canvas must be empty. This action does not share a recast timer with any other actions. Recast timer cannot be affected by status effects. Recast timer for this action will be applied to all other weapon skills. Render your depiction of a creature to life. Okay, so... We'll try and have our, like, actual muses together. And then we'll have to have our motifs together as well. I'm just gonna... They're not... This isn't all ready yet. I'm just gonna organize it. So we've got Still Muse, Living Muse, Mog of the Ages, Lizard in Cyan. So we have dealing ice damage, Lizard 2 in Cyan, Subtractive Palette, 3 stacks, Starry Sky Motif. So there's those motifs together, and Scenic Muse. Okay, so a little bit of organization happening right now, chat. Usually I keep my just normal damaging stuff in my first, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, so I have my ices there. And then we'll put our motifs down here. So this is while Moogle Portrait is active. Can only be executed while under the effect of hammer time. I love that. Alright. I will probably change this over time as I get used to where my abilities are and what I actually use. For now, we are a basic pastel boy. Ah, much better. Alright. Mind over mana. Kupopo believes an apology is in order. Very nice. Now you literally embody the soul of a Pictomancer, Kupo. While a Pictomancer's brush may look like a big paintbrush, it is in fact a stylized variety of staff. That said, you're probably wondering why we don't use staves. Put simply, it's much easier to bring your imagination to life through the medium of art. Magic brushes and ink allow a Pictomancer to express abstract thoughts in a deliberate manner, Kupo. As I mentioned, though, it's ultimately your imagination that matters the most, for with the wisdom of Pictomancer's past at your disposal, you already possess the artistic skills you require. Now, as much as I would love for you to get to painting right away, there is something else we must do first. We must go to Novika's altar and apologize to the hero you mentioned, and by we, I mean me. Off we go, Kupo. Yes, the tutorial will teach us the basics indeed. And we'll chuck those on for now. Give me my Zama's stuff. And then we will have to make a new gear set for the Pictomancer. The Pictomancer has been registered. If I could just put it on the right thing, we'll be good to go. I now have a... It's just the fact that it's a giant paintbrush. Yes, it's a staff, but it's a giant paintbrush. We will get used to it. We will just be grateful that we even have the opportunity to easily pick up a level 80 magic DPS quest, or like job for the questline. For the love of the elementals, no more complaints. Ah, I beg your pardon, adventurer. That Moogle there, is that perhaps... Indeed, I am the one who caused you much trouble. It wasn't my intention to do so, and I've come to beg forgiveness, Kupo. Much trouble? It was not my intention. Oh, I see. As you appear to be genuinely remorseful, all I ask is that you refrain from aggressive solicitations henceforth. Agreed? You have my word, Kupo. Now that I've found a capable Pictomancer, my soliciting days are over. I'm relieved to hear it. With this matter settled, I may turn my attention to another situation. Oh? And what situation might this be? Distressing noises coming from an empty manor in the Gentry's ward. Fiends are believed to be haunting the cellar, and their nightly clamor is keeping the surrounding residents awake. Fiends, you say? Omega here will deal with them, Kupo. Remember, it is in the spirit of the Pictomancer to lend a helping hand, to shine the light of hope for those in need. This is also a welcome opportunity to put your newfound skills to the test. Rest assured I'll be there to offer sage advice every wing flap of the way. Your offer of aid is kind indeed, and I accept it with thanks. The Gentry's ward is situated just past Upkalu Falls. Proceed there when you're ready. And ready we are, aren't we, Omega? Let the Pictomancy training begin, Kupo. You have learned all Pictomancer actions and traits to level 80. Very good. Okay, so mind over banner. Just trying to figure out how to pronounce the username. It's always a username that is a problem. I'm just going to say 1046. I'm sorry that I'm referring to you by your number and not your name. But welcome into the stream. Chrono Trigger really is just such an incredible game. I hope you enjoyed the last episode. And have I played Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2? I have not played Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 yet, but I'm a pretty small fan of Kingdom Hearts. I've played at least one of those games, yes. Kingdom Hearts 1 is actually on the channel, but it is a replay. It's not a blind playthrough, obviously, because I grew up with the series. So I did a Kingdom Hearts 1 replay, which was doing as much in the game as possible. Intended to take people on a non-spoiler journey if they hadn't played the game before as well. So it's not like a full spoiler playthrough or anything like that. But I love Kingdom Hearts. It's a series near and dear to my heart. The only Kingdom Hearts stuff that I haven't played yet is I haven't actually played the game Recoded. I watched the HD cutscenes, and I haven't played Kingdom Hearts 3 Remind DLC, and I haven't played Memory of Melody. So, yeah, I finished Kingdom Hearts 3 base game and have some feelings about it, and haven't just gotten around to the DLC yet, which I hear is very good. And my excitement for Kingdom Hearts 4 is, I'm struggling to feel super excited for Kingdom Hearts 4, which, yes, does make me a little sad. Maybe when it gets closer to release and I'll play Remind DLC before that happens, and we'll see how we go. It's a complex relationship. Kingdom Hearts has moved into a very different kind of place than where it came from. Yeah, a lot of people who have played Coded do refer to it as like some of the best gameplay in the series, which is actually pretty cool. And high praise coming from a DS game, considering 358 over 2 days was not the best combat-wise, but one of the best story-wise. The Gentry's ward lies beyond those gates. You ready to put your skills to the test, Kupo? I'm ready to paint up a storm. Excellent time to clear out that mana, Kupo. Ah. That's my bad. I forget. Duty. I'm ready to paint up a storm. Excellent. Isn't the mobile lore in an anime 3D movie now? The mobile lore is too complex. Too complex for that. There's a movie, but it is a very, very basic level that only really kind of addresses a particular group of characters in the setting, but there's too much. You can't cover that in a movie. We're getting like this Final Fantasy resonance, right? So that's like Brave Exvius, but made into a single player traditional Final Fantasy game. I hope what that means is we're going to see something like that for other Square Enix mobile games that are no longer running. Like, we could get that for the Kingdom Hearts mobile games to get like a full, proper single-player release. We could also see like Nier Reincarnation, stuff like that. I would hope that this is the start of something like that, because I think that's another off-putting element for future Kingdom Hearts titles for me, is making mobile game lore not only like important or relevant, but like crucial. Such an issue for me personally. I'm just like, okay, the optional gacha mobile game has lore that is now the foundation of the whole entire series and will be like what you need to be aware of going into the next saga. Great, no baggage at all. It's just yeah, if you get me talking on Kingdom Hearts, we'll never move on. So, you know, I have my feelings, but I'll be playing some more Kingdom Hearts on the channel soon, hopefully with Chain of Memories, continuing my replay journey, and hopefully I will be caught up by the time Kingdom Hearts 4 is ready to release by playing the Remind DLC. And Melody of Memory is not yet on Steam, but it's on Epic, so I guess we'll see how we go. Okay, so I can make Hammer. I can make Starry Sky. I can make Palm. Kind of want to organize this in order, actually. Let me put that over there. And then by making those together, I can do Palm Muse. Focus your magics on the time-worn striking dummy. I can do striking, Palm, and Starry. Palms away. Splendid work, Kupo. Give me your best wing motif. Paints a pair of wings. Okay. Now you may invoke your winged muse. I can see myself changing this stuff around already. I can definitely see myself changing this around already. This is what the tutorial is for. With palms and wings fresh in your mind, I want you to imagine what these muses could accomplish together. By fusing them, you'll give life to a fantastical Moogle, Kupo. Think big, magnificent thoughts, and envision your new friend, Mog of the Ages. There's a little Mog tucked up behind my thing, which is hilarious. He's hidden in there. There's my Mog of the Ages. Excellent, Kupo. He may not be as winsome as yours truly, but he should serve you well enough. Aside from your Moogle, a hammer stamp is an excellent alternative to pummeling foes. But if you wish to provide support, I recommend inspiring your allies with a starry muse. Never stop dreaming up those motifs, Kupo. Your allies will thank you and your enemies won't know what hit them. It takes some getting used to. Feel free to experiment. I'll be here when you're ready. Your striking moves. Looks quite the clobberer, Kupo. Very impressive. Of breathtaking scenery, Kupo. Had we other allies here, I'm certain they'd be just as awed. Subtractive palette, subtractive spectrum, and now I can do like the blizzard spell. Blizzard in cyan, which goes into stone in yellow, which then goes into thunder in magenta, which then holy in white. This is it's a very pretty class, isn't it? Fire in red. which goes into arrow in green, and then water in blue. So there's a 1, 2, 3, 4 in regards to these. Let me do the hammer with striking muse, and then hammer stamp, hammer stamp, hammer stamp. Okay. So we have the option for fire. We can do motifs that eventually unlock Blizzard. It does feel like most of the stuff is going to actually be coming from the motifs. So maybe I'll move these around. So this is the it's gonna be the interesting part of how I choose to put it together. Let me do, I wonder if I should do one like it this way. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there's also the hammer attack, so now I don't know. A little bit of practice time at the start of the stream. So then you do that, and then it goes into this. The dummy being a thing to practice on definitely works. Started like trying to treat like the hot bars by trying to like break stuff up, you know what I mean? Like in terms of some casting, but I reckon I'll do swift cast and short cast closer because of the time it takes to do some things. It'll be a work in progress. I'm obviously not gonna be maining the class or anything, but there will still be an element where I will want to learn the situation. So things do take a little bit of time in terms of casting, but it seems like it'll have a nice little payoff. Then there can be times where I can do swift cast. So, Thunder 1 and 2. So, same casting, same recast. Lightning damage with a potency of 760, 370. Okay, so the Thunder 2 is the AoE. Gotcha. So, 1 is a single target, 1 is an AoE. Absorbing 20% of damage. Lowering target's physical and magic. So Starry Muse gets rid of a subtractive spectrum. I can put that on again and do my Blizzard. So you can kind of like paint some stuff to have it like prepared. So have some canvases ready and go, this is some canvases I prepared earlier. And then from there you can kind of start doing a couple of skills. Cool. We'll get used to it more as we move on. So let's let's continue with that. I'm ready to proceed. All set, it is time we silence that noise. So far, I'm not sure how to feel about it. I think it's pretty interesting. The concept of like building up painting. We'll just get used to it. A new job is always a bit confusing, I think. The infestation is worse than I expected. We should clear these ones out first. Let's make a lesson of it. By casting spells of different hues, your palette will begin storing ether. With a sufficiently saturated palette, you may avail yourself of the subtractive palette's increased might. The palette gauge will fill when performing single-target combos with Fire in Red. Area of effect combos starting with Fire 2 will also fill the palette gauge. When the palette gauge reaches 50, you'll be able to use Subtractive Palette. You'll be able to cast stronger Aether Hue spells when that is active. So that's what that is. Okay. Subtractive Palette and cast Blizzard. Okay, cool. So I want to build up to Subtractive Palette. So we'll like using Fire and Red. Can I move while casting or not? No. Classically, obviously. Just have to see how this operates in relation to others. And then I can do this. And then I can use this. And I can do this. Get some ads going. And use this one. Boom. And then holy... Oh no, they all run away. You're a natural with that subtractive palette, Cooper. It seems you've scared off the stragglers as well. Let's head further in. Have a big sprig, an obnoxious noisemaker. Since you've grasped the basics, I leave you to your Pictomancer. Show that sprig and what for. You can use Holy and White while moving. Okay. Okay, that makes okay, because it doesn't have a cast timer. Painting motif takes concentration. Time your brush strokes wisely. Bring one of your muses to life. Let's do the... Oh. So it's just the fact that the main thing is going to be that casting the spells and doing the motifs is what takes time, but actually having these attacks ready to go is the instantaneous thing. There's a lot more buttons to press than what I'm used to for this class. That much is for certain. Like, there's just a lot more, like, different mechanical, like, so many things are, like, connected where, you know, it's instead of your basic little 1, 2, 3 that you got, with some other things, you have quite a few options, which is pretty cool. Ironically, it makes me feel like this would really benefit from almost a controller for me, because I'd be able to use some quicker shortcuts to get to what I need. Because I'm someone who loves to click on my hotbar because I'm not so good with my own shortcuts. Oh my god. Victory animation. Well done, Omega. I knew you'd make an excellent Pictomancer from the first. I have the Soul Crystal to thank for that. Such a show of skill, yet you remain so humble. I tip my palm to you, Kupo. In any case, with those clamorous fiends gone for good, the residents can rest easy once more. But come, let's quit this place. The dampness doesn't agree with my fur. Black Mage with a controller. Yeah, there's like just something about, I think, being able to utilize certain buttons on a controller to switch between hotbars that might make that important. But there's also, you know, Pictomancer Evolved is right around the corner, right? They're gonna have the I won't change too much before something like that comes along. But then I'll get used to it and then it'll change. Yeah, at the moment, my shortcuts is like, yeah, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then shift 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then for some reason, I don't know why this is shift. This ends up being fucking equals. Why can't this be shift 6? Why can't that be shift 6? And then I have control 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I can't actually remember what this one is because I usually just click on them. So the way that I usually structure my hotbars is if the ones I'm using the most, I'll have on like my easy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I will tend to click on the rest. But obviously in a fast-paced DPS situation, there's a lot of like movement you need to do at the same time, and I'm not so good at like moving while doing it unless it's on a controller, because then like it's just the fingers I'm using to move are not also the fingers that I'm using to do commands. It's different. Allow me to congratulate you on a successful first outing, Omega. The Pictomancers of Eld would be proud. Though you may yet be a novice of the art, as a veteran adventurer, you've grasped the fundamentals quickly, as well as you should, Kupo. Archon Realm didn't urge her disciples to roam the star for their own amusement, you know. She wished for them to intimately understand the wider world, to journey the lands unknown and savor every discovery. To revel in sensations, emotions, and yes, even in danger. For these experiences enrich the palette of the imagination, making one's Pictomancy all the more vibrant, Kupo. You are returned. I began to worry and came to see whether all was well. Dare I hope you've dealt with the fiends? Wonderful, wonderful. With this, all outstanding matters of concern have been addressed, and like the residents of the Gentry's ward, I too may sleep soundly once more. You both have my heartfelt gratitude. May the matron keep you wheresoever you should go. Did you see how happy we made him? That's the power of Pictomancer for you. And this is only the beginning. As part of your training, you and I shall travel near and far, searching for those in need, just as Archon Realm once did. But you mustn't forget our promise either. Before we take to the road, I'd like to see if the locals know anything about my friend. In the meantime, I bid you dedicate yourselves to honing your skills, Kupo. Nice. Okay. Strafe on the side mouse button so you can do full movement with the right hand. That is not a bad idea at all. I can see the advantage to people getting their fancy pants little mouse, you know? And then I'm also like, I could totally I gotta remember how to do the gamepad where you can do the hotbar settings and see how it actually ends up looking. Ooh, gamepad mode. I won't do it now. I won't do it now. But I'll think about it. Maybe I'll have a casting class on the controller. Alright, for now, get me out of here. Get me out of here. So we've already spent an hour grabbing Pictomancer. We still need to go and actually do the role quest as well, and then start 6.5. It's not my fault, chat. It's not my fault. I was told to do the Shadowbringers role quests before 6.5. Mobius has decided to deliver me a cosmic predator. Mobius, what have you delivered me? A cosmic predator. What is this? What is this? What is this? Oh! Of course it's unavailable in this location. Hold on a second, chat. Probably won't be able to summon it in the Crystarium either, will I? Hey, they should just let you ride mounts in social spaces. What are they so afraid of, man? Not Yulmore. Whatever. What are they so afraid of? That I'm gonna run people over? Be a menace? I can be trusted with a mount in a social space. There it is. Thank you, Mobius. Hey, look. Whoa, look. Hey, pro tip to anyone who plays this game. I've known this for ages, but you might not know. Control and the up and down arrows, dude. Got this guy, and now I can do this. Hiya! Oh my god, that's actually stylish. Quickly dash 15 yards forward. So that's on a 20-second countdown. To be able to slide around. Ready? Let's get it from the side. Side view. Okay. The Crystarium. Big main character energy. Is there a level 80? I guess I'm already wearing something that might be considered the best for level, not the best for level 80, but could I use tomestones to also get some of that level 80 gear? It might just, I guess it will only really increase the item level, won't it? Okay, we have Serig over here. Now that we are here, we have Pictomancer. I'm going to fill up my water and take a quick break, so I will be right back. Thank you for waiting and being patient while we grab the Pictomancer class and learn something new. I'll be back and we'll start this role quest. Alright, let us proceed. We are now engaging in hollow pursuits. Serig is eyeing you inquisitively. Let me guess, you're standing in front of Serig, bounty hunter non-pareil, because you've a mind to aid me in felling the dread Phronesis. Do I have the right of it, or do I have the right of it? Hey buddy, you said a lot of words just then. I don't even know if you pronounced half of them correctly. Fron, what's this? If I didn't know better, I could have sworn you just suggested that you're unfamiliar with Phronesis, but that couldn't be. No sinner worth his salt could be so ignorant. Allow me to elaborate. Phronesis isn't just your run-of-the-mill stray sin-eater. He's one of the nastiest the realm has seen, formed from the remains of one of those gods-damned warriors of light. There are 4 of them, all told, crawled up from the bowels of the deepest hell after being buried for nigh on a century. If the tales are true, people have come to call them the cardinal virtues. Before he was transformed into a sin-eater, Phronesis was none other than Archmagus Neilbert, whose baleful magics were feared the realm over. Though it's only been a few short years since he first showed up in Armorang, he's already preyed on far too many innocents with his foul sorcery. Not keen on seeing their trade routes disrupted, the local merchants have placed a healthy bounty on his head. Of course, I'd like nothing more than to fell the fiend single-handed and claim the entire bounty for myself. Unfortunately, circumstances have dictated that I recruit a companion, and that's where you come in. Provided you can prove to me that you possess the rather specialized set of skills I require, I promise I'll make it worth your while. Not a bad offer, wouldn't you say? If you fancy yourself up to the task, come find me in Armorang. I mean to set off for there shortly. Oh, I've got skills. I can paint like you wouldn't believe. So, doing these 4 role quests in Shadowbringers and how they all have to do with the Warriors of Light on the first. I wonder why I'm being told to do this before 6.5. Surely it's got nothing to do with the fact that these characters will probably show up. I need to stop thinking about the future, man. But it's so hard. I have pattern recognition brain, man. It's also hard to suggest someone do something before something without inadvertently kind of giving it away because of what it is. It's tough. It's a tough line. Life is but a tightrope and we are always on the verge of falling, chat. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the Warriors of Light. It's just a coincidence. It's actually the role quest NPCs. They're just gonna show up and say, "Whoa, it's the role quest NPCs." To be honest, the plan was to do the Shadowbringers role quests the plan was to do the Shadowbringers role quests and the Endwalker role quests before we even did the story patches. The problem with that is it had been so long since I'd played Final Fantasy XIV because we took a bit of a break with the other stuff that we'd done in Bosnia that felt unfair to like return after a couple of months and then go back to doing the side content. So that's why I did the patches, because I was like, let's return to Final Fantasy in a big way and do the story, the main content anyway. And also because I'm delusional and I like to think that time doesn't go as fast as it does, and I'm like, sure, there's plenty of time for me to level up all of these characters, and then I just, whenever I'm off stream, I don't touch the game because I'm playing a bunch of other stuff and I'm always busy and or tired. so I just can't win. So you came. It's good to see someone who isn't all talk. As fortune would have it, another Sin-Eater, a far less imposing specimen than Phronesis, of course, has been sighted just to the west of here. Prove to me that you have the skill to back up your words, and we'll talk further. The forgiven cowardice. How does holy work on a Sin-Eater? Best painter of all time. Here, I have a spare hammer. Would you like it? Hiya! 14k. Good show, friend. I wasn't sure what to expect from you, but seeing you in battle has left me with little doubt. Seems I found myself a formidable ally. And so I'll extend the offer in earnest. Help me hunt down Phronesis, and we'll split the bounty down the middle. Well, what do you say? That's the spirit. Now, there's more you should know before we proceed. Come with me to Mordsuk, my base of operations, and I'll fill you in on the details. It's always Mordsuk. Welcome to Mordsuk, friend. I love the welcome to Mordsuk. Yeah, this is my first time here. Could you show me around? I'm unfamiliar with the place. Welcome to Mordsuk, friend. As you can see, it's a bustling trading post frequented by merchants from across the realm. At least it was, before Phronesis showed up and started preying on unwitting travelers, hence the bounty you see. The lucrative reward has attracted the attention of one capable bounty hunter after the next. Yet the fiend still roams free. You can probably imagine why. Those few who have seen Phronesis and returned to tell the tale speak of great horrors they witnessed. Cavernous black holes materializing out of thin air, swallowing everything around them into the abyss. People have taken to calling them the Hollows. Rumor has it that one barely has time to lay eyes on Phronesis before he summons forth the Hollows, which proceed to consume everything in sight. And I do mean everything. Just the other day, an entire caravan was devoured by the Hollows, leaving only nothingness behind. Mages have postulated that these holes are literally tears in the fabric of our reality, gateways to other worlds, to put it another way. At any rate, suffice to say that the next man to come back from the void will be the first. About that. When what if I told you the void was but a vacation spot for me? That I journey back and forth between, like taking a bus into another world. And yet there's something odd about it all. Witnesses say that Phronesis doesn't seem to go out of his way to prey on people or settlements. He simply shambles across the wastes, summoning hollows one after the next, and the destruction follows as a matter of course. Needless to say, drawing too near to the fiend is tantamount to suicide. Even attacks from afar have been all but futile, as Phronesis simply summons the hollows to consume every incoming arrow. With every conceivable means of attack foiled, even the most savvy bounty hunters have all but thrown up their hands, even though the bounty now stands at some 9 or 10-fold the original amount. I'm of a different mind, however. The way I see it, if only there was a way to neutralize the hollows, we'd more than stand a chance against Phronesis himself. This is why I require your services. Your easy triumph over the Sin Eater spoke clear. You're a mage of no common skill. If anyone has the arcane knowledge and the aptitude to help me figure out a way to defend against the hollows, it's you. That's me, alright, with my fancy pants hat on. Don't worry, I fully intend to shoulder my share of the burden, and so I plan to gather all the information we need before asking you to put yourself in harm's way. And with that, I'd best get to work. Once I've formulated a proper plan of attack, we'll talk again. Until then, I suggest you continue to hone your casting skills. The battle that awaits us will not be an easy one. Yeah, I'm definitely a mage of no common skill. Have you seen the way that I be staring at walls? A voice from the void. Ah, there you are. Your timing couldn't be better. As luck would have it, a little bird told me that Phronesis was sighted in the vicinity not long ago. Don't you worry, I have no intention of rushing in like a fool. My plan is to shadow the Sin Eater from afar, that we might observe the hollows with our own eyes and formulate a suitable plan of attack. To that end, I procured this mannequin here from a merchant acquaintance of mine at the Crystarium. By setting it on Phronesis' trail, I mean to gauge just how wide of a berth we must keep from the fiend, so as to not be sucked up into the void. Shed no tears for the little fellow, friend. His sacrifice will be the key to our success. And yet, as you can see, he's not quite in the best state of repair. Pray lend me a hand in procuring what we need to get him back on his feet. You're a lifesaver, friend. I just spotted nasty-looking sandskins Sibylle lurking about to the east of here, and I do believe one of their tendons should serve well to put some spring back into the little fellow's step. Snag one for me and I'll see to the repairs. Okay. Wow, a voice from the void. That's crazy. I sure hope that we get to see the void one day. I should get into the habit of having my canvases prepared, shouldn't I? I'm such a horrible painter. It's like the concept of being like a magical casting DPS is very cool. We gotta get Dex the Black Mage back in action. I'm too used to barely doing any damage because I've mostly just done healing casting instead. Any luck finding that tendon? For my part, I've acquired something that should serve as a makeshift gear. Cost me an arm and a leg, but hey, if it helps us claim that bounty in the end, it'll be more than worth it. Perfect. Yes, I reckon this is durable and elastic enough to replace the mannequin's snap drive belt. I'll fetch my toolbox and get started straight away. In the meantime, why don't you scout us a suitable lookout point? Phronesis was last sighted just southeast of town. Try to find us a spot on higher ground, out of sight, from the main thoroughfare. You got it, boss. Look at that little guy. Hello there, friend. As you can see, our clockwork friend is back in tip-top shape. And since it appears you've found us the perfect lookout spot, why don't we get down to work? I'll kindle us a fire. We might be here for a while. Doing my little cat sit. Well, I'll be. There's the bastard. Look closely now and hold your gaze. You must witness the sheer horror with your own two eyes. No, we mustn't send out the mannequin too soon. If Phronesis sees it, he may very well blast it to bits before he has a chance to investigate the hollows. Evil red eyes. And there he goes. I'll send the mannequin in to trail him. Let's sit back and enjoy the show. Let's quickly go to the 13th and find him. Just as I expected. Gone without a trace. Shed no tears for our little friend. Through his sacrifice, we now know just how much distance we must keep from the hollows to avoid being sucked into the void. Now it's our turn. Let's edge a bit closer and see what we can observe. Mind you, take care not to wander too close, lest you fancy a vacation to a dark, shadowy abyss. It's as if a shadowy whirlwind rages inside, ready to suck anything and everything into the void. I've seen many a horrific sight in my day, but this sends a shiver up the spine. Let me out, it's so dark in here. Why the pale face, friend? You look as if you've seen a ghost. A voice, you say? From inside the hollow? But that's impossible. Is there anyone out there? Please help me. Help me get out of here. Over here. Are we about to get baited? Was that a voice? Is someone out there? If you can hear me, please, you must help me. I can't see anything, no road, no trees, not even an ether current to follow. Which way do I go? How do I get out of this place? This voice, what in the God's name is it saying? The voice of a boy, you say, claims he's lost inside with no ether current to follow. Sounds like he's adrift in the flow, not unlike what would happen if an aetherite to which one was teleporting was destroyed mid-journey. Wait a minute, what if there was some way you could channel your ether into the void? Might that not allow your etheric form to serve as a beacon of sorts to guide the child back to us? Of course, not that I know how we'd go about that. You want me to summon a creature? Or a boy? But maybe a creature? From the void? You want me to become a void summoner? I fear this boy may be a void sent. You reckon you could do just that? I won't even think of asking how. Do your damnedest. Now we're the ones summoning from void. I think Ishtola would disapprove. Wicked white, I knew you were no ordinary sinner, but even still you find ways to surprise me. Ah? Well, there you go. Where am I? I'll be damned, there was a child inside. There was a child inside that void. Our little expedition has left us with more questions than answers, eh? But for now, this boy needs our care. Let us carry him back to Mordsuk and find him a warm bed and some nourishment. We have a void sent boy. Also, Writer Shard, what you said before in regards to like the Xbox stuff, I think I saw some posts about that at the moment as well, while setting up stream stuff. It doesn't seem like we have like a definitive confirmation at the moment, which is something that kind of really annoys me about a lot of gaming news at the moment, is it's so much of it is like, we've heard this from a source, and this is a rumor, and this is a leak, and then you get like a lot of things being reported as true. We'll see what actually ends up being true in regards to studios shutting down, or if ones are spinning off outside of Xbox. But I'm not going to take a rumor that's been purposed into a clickbaity headline and then run with it for now. We'll see. Because like, if they're going to shut down Ninja Theory, they literally just announced a new game last week. You know what I mean? They literally announced a new game last week. Just makes like zero sense to have something like that in a showcase and then next week decide to shut them down. So we'll just have to wait. The boy's resting now. He is weak but not wounded, at least as far as I can tell. Needless to say, his presence raises questions. Are there others trapped on the other side of the hollows? If so, might they also be returned to our world alive? There is much we must ask him when he awakes. On another subject, this might be an odd question, but have you ever looked after a child before? As a matter of fact... You don't say. Well, in that case, he's all yours. I'm jesting, friend. I can't very well tie you down here forever. Worry not. I'll manage somehow. I suppose the first order of the day should be to get some food in his belly. He does look terribly pale after all. Methinks I'll go hunting for some meat. No, perhaps I should take him to a physician first. After all, he may be suffering from some ailment inscrutable to the eye. Or maybe I should... Ah, damn it all. I knew I wasn't cut out for this. Well, he has come from the void, so I don't know what that means. What do you do? We just need to give them apples, right? We'll ask Zero. We'll say, Zero, did apples help? Zerig wears a flustered expression on his face, echoes of the past. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, Living Son. It's just not a good look, you know what I mean? The wave of Xbox being, we're so back, it's so over, in the past couple of months is very interesting. And we'll probably have a couple more we're so back moments before we get to another it's so over. It's just a up and down constantly, which is not just Xbox, it's just everywhere across the board, which is really unfortunate. Games industry, yeah, it's in such a good place. Ah, there you are. You'll be happy to know that the boy is awake and seems to be no worse for the wear, physically speaking at least. There's just one rub, you see. He has no recollection of where he came from or just how he managed to get swallowed up into the void. In fact, other than his own name, Tainer, he can't remember much of anything at all. He seems a good lad, mind you. Eats my half-assed cooking with a smile and nary a word of complaint, yet I reckon he's hurting inside, and badly. We must reunite him with his parents with all due speed. I suggested that he go for a stroll around Mordsuk in the hopes that the sights might help jog his memories. He can't have wandered far. Why don't you go check up on him? Went back to It's So Over after hearing the budget for Gears. Yeah, but have you seen the eyelashes on Marcus Phoenix and how detailed the eyelashes are on Marcus Phoenix's face that are more detailed than his entire character model in the first Gears of War game? Have you seen Marcus Phoenix's eyelashes? Have you seen them? Marcus Phoenix eyelashes. Marcus Phoenix eyelashes. That's how you get that budget. Because they say, hey, you know those eyelashes that you're not going to see for 99% of the game? $50 million for those eyelashes. I realize this is something of a detour, but we simply can't leave a poor, amnesiac orphan to fend for himself now, can we? Let's find the boy a safe home as soon as we can. Yeah. These budgets absolutely need to be reined in. Everything's getting so overblown. Like, there's so many big AAA games at the moment that are all, like, multi-million, hundreds of millions of dollars, that it's just like, what are we doing? You know? What are we doing? Something's got to change. But it's just like, everything's getting way too expensive. Yeah, haven't done the 6.5 role quests, 6.5 main quest yet, because, role quest first. Do not tell me. You were the one who rescued me from the flow, yes? I feel you from the same warmth that reached out to me when I was adrift in the ether. Well, I'll be damned, the boy's a sharp one. And that's not the least of it. The carer who examined him said they could feel great power welling up from within him. Despite his young age, Tainer here seems to possess a remarkable command of the magical arts. Perhaps I do, and yet I cannot say. Try as I might, I can recall nothing of who I am or where I came from. Only the darkness. No need for apologies, boy. You did well just to make it back to us. Speaking of which, can you remember anything at all of what you felt when you were adrift in the void? That I remember, or at least I think I do. I recall a vague sensation of someone passing alongside me. Indeed, I believe this is what roused me from my slumber. If the hollows truly are a gate between worlds, that would mean that someone recently traveled from ours to another, or from another to ours. But that's not possible. Or is it? Don't be ridiculous. But you'd be surprised. You know something I don't, friend? Worry not, I won't pry for details. Ah well, no sense racking our brains over matters beyond our comprehension. Let's concentrate on what we can do, namely, finding the boy here a home. No doubt his memories will come back to him in due time. You'd truly do that, for me, but the two of you have already saved my life. I couldn't possibly burden you any further. Ha! It's no burden at all. Besides, if we can figure out just who you are and where you came from, it might just lead us to the answers we seek. Now let us consider the options. One possibility is that you're an orphan, all alone in this world with not a soul to care or look after you. And yet this seems unlikely. Yes, the mystical powers you possess say otherwise. If you are truly as skilled in magic as they say, then it stands to reason that someone trained you in the art. Who this master of yours is, and whether you are of their blood or simply receive their tutelage, this I cannot say. But either way, I'm certain they're worried sick about you. I'm sure it has zero connection. With our Warrior of Light, Black Mage. If that truly is so, I would very much like to meet this person too. That settles it then. Let's get down to business. I took the liberty of inquiring around Mordsuk and the Crystarium. Unfortunately, there have been no reports of missing persons matching Taina's description, which means that we have no choice but to take our search elsewhere. I know of a merchant in town whose travels often take him far afield. Let us have a talk with him and see if he's heard any helpful rumors. Rumors? Yeah, Xbox, in regards to a single game, that's not really, it's not a single game problem. It is just a massive overall problem with everything. At the moment, it's like we've got Halo coming out next month. Then a few months after that, we have Gears E-Day, and then a few months after that, we have Fable. So those three big bangers are actually spaced pretty decently apart for Xbox. So it's like a big new release from them every few months. It's next month, isn't it? Or is it June? I thought it was next month. July. Yeah, July 28th. Campaign Evolved is July 28th. Then E-Day's October. And Fable is February. So I think like having them spaced out by a few months is a good start. And Fable avoiding the September-October Battle Royale hellscape is also a great idea. But yeah, they like all three of those games need to be massive, giant successes. It seems that they decided to make Gears Xbox exclusive pretty recently, considering they accidentally showed a key art banner in a podcast that had the PlayStation 5 logo on the available platforms for E-Day. Oopsie. Bit of a blunder. And apparently, you know, Hellblade 2 was not great in the sense of it being a success. Like, it was just not a success, and Xbox didn't market it at all. I honestly, in this current gaming climate, you honestly expect that to come with Ninja Theory being shut down when that wasn't met well, but they kept on going, and they've just announced a new game. But the games industry is in a very, very bad place where it's like, you can't even make an average game anymore, or you can't make a failure and then learn from it and improve. You make a game, it's either the best thing ever, and then the team is all split up and put on other projects, and they don't get to stay together for the next thing, because then they just hire contractors and a bunch of other stuff. So either they make an amazing game with a team that doesn't stay together after the game shipped, or they make an average game or a bad game, and the whole entire studio is dissolved. And there are some developers at the moment, mostly in Japan, that are doing things the right way, where, for example, the Resident Evil remakes, those teams, the Final Fantasy VII remakes, those teams, they are the same teams with the same developers across all of those games, which is why those games are as polished as they are. It's why they're coming out as frequently as they are. Like Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy being completed over the course of 7 years for 3 AAA games that are massive is ridiculous. Like, they've had over 90% retention of staff on each project, and then the Resident Evil 2 and 4 remake teams, they're making the Code Veronica remake, and like that's such a good system to have. But it seems that the Western video game developers, like, they hire a whole lot of contractors, they hire a whole lot of other people. Teams get put onto other projects because these companies are just so big, and they're like, you go work on Call of Duty, you can go work on this, your work on this is done. You know, like EA taking DICE and saying, all right, none of you guys work on Battlefront 2 anymore, you're all going to go work on Battlefield 5. And then just like they stop supporting Star Wars Battlefront to go work on a failure of a Battlefield game. Just sucks. Just sucks. Haven't played Ninja Gaiden yet though. That's on the to-do list, that one. But yeah, more teams just need to stick together like they used to before everyone was laid off or fired or shut down or split up. It's kind of crazy. Anyway, Final Fantasy XIV. Rumors of a missing boy, you say? Funny that you ask. It's a long shot, I reckon, but I overheard something the other day that might be of use. On my way to Mordsuka, I stopped over at the inn at Journey's Head. There I met an ailing mage. As the carers told it, he'd been ambushed by a Sin Eater and was separated from his child in the battle. Bloody hells could it be? If the Sin Eater that attacked that poor man was Phronesis, that would explain everything. This man you speak of, he could be my father? We must go to him at once. Agreed. I only hope that the man is... no, there's no point in presuming the worst. Let us make for the inn and see what the carers there can tell us. This could make sense. A father and son attacked by Phronesis, one of them pulled into the hollow? Or both? That's the thing though, son, in regards to, like, if they maybe would split up after Revelation, they would still be in the same space and could reunite for something else, but that makes more sense than, like, teams splitting up before they're even, you know, given a chance to make a sequel or, you know, continue the work, and they move on to other things. Like, their work on this remake project is such a massive undertaking that them splitting up after that is a little bit better. because they'll still be within the company working on other cool things. They'll take the experiences that they learned as a team for the remake project and be able to apply that to other stuff. But yeah, like Final Fantasy XIV and Final Fantasy VII Remake is those are the two teams that have the most success in the Final Fantasy series and from Square overall. And that's because they've got the same teams. Not the same teams across both games, sorry, but like the teams that make the game, they stick together, you know? Oh there, I hear there's a mage in your care who's lost his boy. Well, I do believe we have him right here. I fear there must be some mistake. The boy in question has already been found. This is him right here. Oh, that's awkward. What? So it wasn't my father after all? This boy with you, he too has been separated from his family? Just so. We heard that a man here was looking for his son, and we just hoped... Alas, it seems it wasn't meant to be. But there are many people here, yes? Might I ask around and see if any of the others are my family? But of course, yet many of the people here are quite ill and in many cases in considerable pain. It is not a place for a young child to walk around unattended. Indeed it's not. Guess that means either myself or Omega here should accompany him. I'll go with him. The walk might help me take my mind off things. Not a bad idea if the lad doesn't mind. I reckon Tano would rather be with someone of his own age. Take his mind off things. Speaking of which, how is the boy's father holding up? I fear the poor man has already departed on his journey. He's a man no longer. The child insisted upon staying by his father's side until the last. I permitted this out of respect for him, though part of me regrets the choice. None so young should suffer such horrors. It was some small solace to learn that he has living relatives who reside at the Crystarium. In fact, I was just making preparations to escort him there myself. I see. Reckon we should also find someone to look after Tana as well. Don't get me wrong, friend. I haven't given up on the prospect of finding the boy's family, but we have no other leads, and a deadly sin eater still on the loose. If the lad tags along with us every step of the way, he's far more likely to end up dead, or worse, than to ever reunite with his family. Here's what I propose. We find someone to watch after Tana for the time being, get back on the hunt, and gather whatever clues we can about his origins along the way. Very well, but we must see that he is safe. Aye, that goes without saying. Let us have a talk with the proprietor of the Wandering Stairs. He's a kindly enough chap, and knows damn near everyone in these parts. With any luck, he'll be able to direct us to a willing and able guardian. Look, I don't like this any more than you do, but it's for the best we can do. But it's the best we can do for the boy, given our circumstances. At any rate, let's find him and share the news. Don't worry. It's my decision, and I intend to take responsibility for it. Bad news, friend. It seems the two young ones got into a quarrel of sorts and Tana's up and run away. Seems the lad mentioned how he'd come out from one of the hollows. The other boy put 2 and 2 together and figured he'd been attacked by a sin eater. Then I said my dad was attacked by a sin eater and then he turned into one himself. So I asked, what if you turn into a sin eater too? Tana's face went all white. He kept saying, "What do you mean? What do you mean?" over and over again. I couldn't take it anymore. Before I knew it, I was shouting at him, "Shut up! Just shut up! I bet you're turning into a sin eater already." Why? Why did I say such a mean and nasty thing? Don't be so hard on yourself, lad. Both of you had a rough go of it these past few days. Nobody could blame either one of you for feeling a bit on edge. But we must hurry and find Tana before he comes to harm. Let's split up. I'll search to the west and you take the east, and be careful out there. Well. Oh, so instead he's going to run away and get attacked by them. Guys, you got no match for me and my cool powers that I have. Oh yeah, that was in a straight line, isn't it? Mog attack is in a straight line. Remember that. Tana, it's okay, my boy. Did you not see my amazing paint skills? When I heard the clamor of battle, I feared the worst, but I see that you have everything under control. You okay, lad? Forgive me, I don't deserve this kindness. I was just so scared. I was worried about what would become of me if I never recovered my memories, and then I started thinking, what if I ended up like that boy's father? What if it's already happening to me? That's one matter you needn't worry yourself with. The carer who examined you told me as much. You suffered no direct wounds. You're in no more danger of turning into a sin eater than Omega or me. Is that so? That's good to hear, but I must apologize to that boy. I should have known better than to badger him about such things, especially after what happened to his father. Funny thing that, he was saying the same thing about you. You both have good hearts, lad, and you've been through more than any man should. There's no need to be ashamed about your feelings. There is still so much I do not understand about this world. Why does no one here know of me? Am I doomed to be alone for the rest of my days? Why? Why must it be this way? If only I could remember something, anything. I'm sick of not knowing who I am. I'm sick of being alone. Clown echo moment. We've been waiting the whole time. It's like, damn, man. If only you knew. If only I could just make a little echo moment happen. Now it's your turn, Tana. And do not be disheartened by your last attempt. Even the greatest of mages have known failure. Your command of magic is the equal of my own. If I can succeed, there is no reason why you cannot. Free your mind of worry and focus. Thank you, Neobert. I shall try my best. Oh, that's a crazy reveal. He's not just been pulled out of the void, but he's been pulled a little bit out of time. He is a void scent, isn't he? Because he's probably been adrift in the void for a really long time. And we've just pulled him out. We summoned him and guided him through the void gate with our ether. We have a young Neilbert here. Should we just call him Nelbert? Do I say the Y part? Or I go Neilbert? Neilbert. Sorry, pal, but it looks like you were practicing with dangerous magics and paid the price. Wicked White, are you alright, Omega? I remember now. I was standing here on these blighted plains, my head hung low in shame. Then Neilbert turned to me with a smile and heartening words. Neilbert, why does the name sound so familiar? I reckon we've much to discuss, but not in this god's forsaken place. Let's head back to the inn and see if we can't get to the bottom of this. Serig just choosing not to acknowledge the name yet. Interesting. Serig knows the name, but he's decided maybe he doesn't want to say it in front of the boy, or he's just not assuming that, he's like, I met a guy called Bob the other day, and, how many Bobs are there out there in the world? I do hope he'll forgive me. Taina, you alright? I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have said those nasty things. Forgive me for reacting as I did. I'm fine. In fact, I seem to have recovered some of my memories. Really, that's wonderful. Maybe you won't feel so scared and alone anymore. I'm leaving to go live in the Crystarium with my relatives. Promise me you'll come visit? I mean, after you get your memories back and all, of course. It's a promise. Until next time, my friend. And we never learned the name of the forlorn boy. That man, Elon Musk. I knew that you two would work things out. Now let us return to Mordsuk. We have more than our share of questions that need answering. As I saw it, first you fainted all of a sudden. When you came to, a portion of Taina's memories had returned. What in the world happened out there? Oh, bloody echoes, mate. Magic shit. Don't know how to explain it. My brain, I look at things and that it happens, and sometimes there's a bit of a shared response to that little echo memory thing. The power to look into the past, huh? And you're certain that what Omega described matches up with your recollection of the past? I don't know how to break this to you, lad, but your friend, Neilbert, that was with you that day, he's no ordinary boy. There we go, he decides to break the truth. Also, you're looking at me, but you're talking to him. The boy's right there, mate. He's none other than the very man who became Phronesis, one of those God's damned warriors of light. If he was just a young child in your memories, that means that what you saw took place over 100 years ago. Would that it were just a coincidence, another boy with the same name, but no, judging from the formidable command of magic, we can only assume it was him. On the way back, I managed to recall some more about Neilbert and myself. We were taken in by a group of mages, a consortium of sorts. They were searching for a means to open a hole to another world, and were recruiting young children with high magical aptitude for the task. Neilbert and myself were the only two they chose. You can't be serious, and yet that would explain the Sin Eater's ability to summon those damned hollows. And if you possess the same knowledge and training as Neilbert did, it could also explain why you were able to survive in there all that time. But what I don't understand is, why haven't you aged at all? I cannot say for sure, and yet my memories, they are slowly coming back to me. In time, I may be able to help find a way to close the hollows. You'd be a lifesaver if you could, but don't overburden yourself. You're still recovering. In the meantime, don't worry. Omega and I will see that you're safe. I thought Tainer was just a victim of the Sin Eater. To think he was actually friends with the man himself, back when he was still a man. This can't be simple coincidence. Yes, I'm convinced of it now. The child holds the key to defeating Phronesis. We must keep him safe and not let him out of our sights. Besides, look at how hard he's trying to recover his memories. I'm not so heartless as to kick the poor lad aside before he's figured matters out. But we can't very well rush things. You and I will continue to prepare for the battle ahead, while waiting for the rest of Tainer's memories to come back to him. Ah, that is to say, if it's alright with you, lad. I'm so sorry, I couldn't possibly burden you any further. Look, lad, I've only known you a short while, but I can tell you have a good heart and a good head on your shoulders. I can only begin to imagine the horrors you've been through, not to mention the fears and uncertainty you face even now. But I want you to promise me this, no more apologies. You're no burden to us, not in the least. You're a valuable member of our band, and as long as you're willing, I want you with us. Isn't that right, Omega? I see. Thank you, Seri. Thank you, Omega. I will aid your quest in whatever way I can. Now that's more like it. We're counting on you, lad. Sid, thank you so much for the little super chat there. For the $2. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Neilbert's Lament. Good news, friend. Tainer here has told me that his memories are starting to come back to him. There's one recollection in particular he says he's eager to discuss with the two of us. Tell us, lad, what is it? Oh, well, I remembered that time that Neilbert and I, we were hanging out, we were playing a little bit of the old Blitzball, because Blitzball exists in the Final Fantasy XIV universe, and we're going to introduce it into the game now. Let's go play some Blitzball. And then we have a quick Blitzball detour, because they figured out how to put it in the game, right? We're about to have a surprise Blitzball reveal. As time goes by, memories of my earlier days return to me piece by piece. Neilbert and I were born to members of a great consortium of mages. From our earliest years, we were tutored in the magical arts by some of the realm's greatest scholars. The consortium's leaders sought to find a way to open a hole in time and space, a portal to other worlds from which they could summon forth beasts of great power. Neilbert and I were chosen to participate in the research. Whether it's the source, or whether it's the first, or wherever else, we can't stop tampering with the walls of reality and opening up damn voids. Summoning great beasts from beyond our world. You're a mage, Omega. Is that even possible? Me, a mage, with this paintbrush and this clown outfit? Perhaps he speaks of void scent. That's right, that's me. Mage. Void scent. Never heard of them, but I'll take that answer as a yes. Mages come up with the damnedest ideas, huh? And yet I don't understand. Why ever would they use 2 young boys for such a dangerous experiment? The beasts our masters sought to summon reside in the plains most distant from our own. Reaching across such a great distance requires a tremendous store of innate ethereal power. And so our masters set about to breed the perfect mage. Marriages were arranged to wed the mightiest members of the consortium to one another in hopes that they would bring forth children of theretofore unheard of magical aptitude. Finally, they succeeded. And so you were born, and Neilbert. Indeed. From even before we could speak, we were taught the complex incantations required to breach the boundaries between worlds. We practiced these spells day after day, night after night, for what seemed an eternity. At long last, we were deemed ready to attempt the summoning. Oh my god, honey, Tana's gonna say his first words. What's he gonna say? Is he gonna say mama or dada? Sumila mimila karambal is when he starts doing fucking... Oh no, honey, he's opening a void gate! Ow! Literal, like... born... child mages are bred and born to serve a specific purpose. We practiced these spells day after day, night after night, for what seemed an eternity. At long last, we were deemed ready. He said, "Congratulations. It's a beautiful, healthy mage." Sadly, the experiment ended in failure. The pull from beyond the rift was too strong to resist, and I was sucked into a hollow of my own creation. There I remained trapped, alone and adrift in that empty void, until Omega called me back to this world. Alas, over a century had passed since that fateful day. That's the one thing I still don't understand. If so many years have truly passed, why is it that you have not aged even a whit? I cannot say for certain, but I remember words of one of my teachers. The rift is not unlike a border between countless worlds, a place that exists beyond time and space. It is true, time does flow differently across the different worlds. For every second I spend here, the source is like, damn, Omega's been gone for 10 minutes, but here, I've been gone 20 years. If it is true that the rift exists outside of our concept of time, then it is all too possible that even seconds spent in that empty pocket would correspond to months, years, or decades in our world. Fair enough. At present, I feel that he may be a void scent that we've unknowingly summoned by pulling him across through the void, lighting the way with our ether, but it is also possible that it's a time thing, a time discrepancy. And so you have returned to us just as you were that day, even while over a century has passed for the rest of us. But why didn't Neilbert save you? Shouldn't it have been as simple as opening up another portal to the void where you were trapped? And I fear that would be close to impossible. Opening the portal and reaching as far into the rift as we did required all of our energies to be focused in unison. So in losing you, not only did Neilbert lose his friend, he lost his only chance at saving you. Talk about being dealt a rough hand. And now we learn why Neilbert is walking around, opening up hollows, because he's trying to rescue Tana. In the same way that our dear sweet dwarven Lalafell healer was trying to heal unmasked dwarves. Fear not, I have good news to share as well. I do believe I've managed to recall the incantations needed to summon and manipulate the hollows. Summoning beasts from beyond the rift is far beyond my powers, but I just might be able to seal up the hollows Phronesis so enjoys summoning. What say you, friends? Shall I give it a try? Oh, Oh, now that's music to my ears, but let's not be too hasty. After all, the last time you tried to use this magic, there were some complications, to say the least. Yes, we must take the necessary precautions before confronting Phronesis in earnest. Let us meet outside the village, where Taina can test out his magic safe from harm. Why not simply have 2 backup baby sorcerers, just in case something goes wrong? The children have failed. Quick, deploy the baby geniuses. Ever wonder what the world looked like in those days before the flood? I suppose we could ask the boy. I love the pattern in all of the role quests where when we do a solo duty and do stuff like this, there might be a moment where we get to role play as another character. It's much more familiar in my memory because it's been a while since we did the previous ones with melee, DPS, and tank. But now that we've done healer recently, we might have some casting roleplay ahead of us. Wicked White, you did it, lad. Sadly, I have not the strength to reach further beyond, nor keep the portal open for more than a few moments. No, I will need further training before I can face... Phronesis, where in the hell did that bastard come from? It's hollow time. We're a bit too close. Damn it all, I'm too close. I can feel it pulling me in. Quick, mate, equip that knockback. Activate knockback. Pull him in. No, Neilbert. These are my friends. You mustn't hurt them. Ooh. Echo time. This isn't good. The cave-in's completely sealed off the tunnel behind us. We've no recourse but to press on without our companions. You heard her. What'll it be? I suppose it falls to us to slay the beast and collect the bounty. Perhaps you and your band would care to take the lead. Spare me your japes. You've no intention of giving up your prize. Mind you, I too made a promise to my companions. A promise I mean to keep. I told you that splitting up was a bad idea. If Brandon and Renda Ray were here, this second-rate spellcaster would be no match for us. Now, Silver. Let's not forget who our true foe is here. Lamet, you're certain that if we slay this monstrosity, the cave-ins will cease? According to the miners, the beast was first sighted on the same day the tremors began, its very presence sucking the mountain dry of its ether. We dwarves know these caves as well as we know our own bodies. Trust me. Then I suppose we'd best make short work of it before everything comes crashing down. Hey, where do you think you're going? My apologies. I took your ceaseless prattling as an invitation to proceed on my own. Think yourself clever, do you? You've uncommon confidence to think you can fell the beast without aid. Answer me this. Why is it you are so intent on claiming the bounty for your own? The bounty? Why indeed? At any rate, unless you've a mind to stand around here until we all get crushed, we'd best be moving on, yes? Finally, something we can agree on. And so I have a proposal. What say we band together until our battle here is won? The tremors grow stronger. No doubt a cave-in is imminent. Let us vanquish the enemy with our combined strength and quit this place before it becomes our tomb. Until the battle is won, then. After that, I go my own way. Yes, there it is. Relive Neilbert and Ardbert's initial adventure. Your aid is most welcome, Neilbert. Let us make short work of the beast. And take our leave of this place while we still can. Indeed, we have Ronken Fire, Ronken Blizzard, Thunder, Ronken Flare, and Falling Star. Alright. Such an amazing display of magic. Neilbert, we will draw our foe's attack. Casting. Plus, it's all of my MP. But Blizzard restores my MP. It would seem we're not the only ones stuck in here, huh? I have a bad feeling about this. The leftmost one is mine. Silver, you take its friend on the right. Consider it done. Have at you, fiends. Well, considering Ardbert is the tank, I'll just let him take it on his own. What's this? It leads deeper within? We really should have asked for a map, not that it'd have been much use after all the cave-ins. Prudon! Well, aren't you a big boy? Ah, guys, we have to cast lightning, so then it reduces its physical defense, right? Wait, this is not Chrono Trigger, and that's not a dinosaur. Neilbert needs our help. Nice. I'm saved. Still think you could have managed on your own, mage? Perhaps it would have been more of a struggle than I expected. I love going through a little mini dungeon in a solo duty. It's very cool. That's him. He's the one who drinks of the mine's ether. Alright, let's put this oversized bull out to pasture. Silver, Lamet, Neilbert with me. My magics are yours. For now. I will take the front. The battle is on. $2,000 Mina sweep. Minesweeper. Disorienting groan. I guess what you... Oh, it summons others of his ilk. We should dispatch the small fry and quickly. I guess it's like one of those situations that you can wait for your MP to get low, and then that's when you cast Flare, because then it just drains the rest. Under normal circumstances anyway, but I'll just try and do AoE attacks quickly. Whoa, limit break. That should do it, Silva. Should I just cast limit break now? Falling Star. Because then it will... The limit break meter should go up again, right? Because we only have one limit bar. Meteor! Another earthquake, this bodes ill. I'm retreating for the moment. Our foe's up to something. Stand back, my friends. To my side, I'll heal your wounds. I forgot to look at the, okay. We got another job application strategy board coming in. It's very late for me to open that up. Thank you for sending that in. I forgot that I had that on my screen the whole time, up in the corner. It's kind of funny that this ends up being like the... Oh, hello. Take cover behind the rocks. You don't want to bear the full brunt of it. I was going to say, it's kind of funny that this fight is much bigger than the previous one with Lamet. Lamet's was much more like, I guess, like mechanically demanding because you needed to actually be a healer. This is just like, sit here and press 1, 2, 3, 4. But he's so much stronger. Whoa, limit break again, huh? This time I'll save it for the end. Oh, on me, huh? I sense unholy power. Get behind me, friends, quickly. Behind Silver, we must brace for attack. I don't know why I thought that Ardbert was the tank. Is he not like a warrior? What class is he right now? I guess Silver does have the shield. Strike away with all of your strength, huh? How about my limit break? Falling Star! 2 tanks? That's not allowed. What the hell? That's an incorrect dungeon setup, bro. We've done it. Now to find ourselves a way out. Yeah, I know that, like, obviously I know that their group is larger than 4, so they've got multiple classes, but then I'm like looking at it being like, there's 4 of us right now. We don't have the traditional setup. What's going on? Not enough DPS. They have 3 tanks? Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they had 3 tanks, and it was me. I was the 3rd one in that fight. As you can see. Flare tank. The tremors continue. But why? The fiend has been vanquished, and its ether returned to the mountain. We were wrong. No, it was not the creature itself that was causing the quakes. Say what? What did you say? Ah, yes. The crystal courses with nigh inconceivable power. A vast wellspring of ether accumulated over the ages. Yes, the beast was but a hungry creature drawn here by the stone. As was I. You had no interest in the bounty all along. The stone has been left unchecked for too long. The sheer volume of ether it houses now is so vast and overwhelming it threatens to bring the entire mountain down. For how many years have I searched for it? This precious relic that could afford me the power needed to save my friend. You mean to take the stone from this place? Then what would happen to the mountain? If the ether is not returned to the earth, it is but a matter of time until the mine collapses. The miners, those who live at the foot of the mountain, countless lives would be lost. There's no time. What can we do? Tana, my friend. Damn it! Damn it all! The tremors have stopped. Tana, pray forgive me. I promise you this. As long as I walk this earth, I shall never, never give up hope. The stone was yours to do with as you pleased, and still you chose the fate of many over that of your friend. In return for your sacrifice, I would make you an offer. Come with us, and let us join you in search for a means to save your comrade. The life of an adventurer isn't an easy one, but I dare say you strike me as the sort who just might enjoy it. So what say you? We'll travel the realm together and lend our strength to whatever unfortunate souls we encounter along the way. And who knows, before you know it, we might just stumble upon a way to rescue your Taina. I would like that very much. Taina, forgive me. I may have failed you today, but mark my words. For as long as I walk this land, I will not abandon hope. I will find a way to bring you back to us. But today I find myself in the company of new companions, and for now I must lend them my strength, just as they lent theirs to me. Omega, are you alright? Worry not. Phronesis is long gone. I launched a few arrows in its direction while it was distracted by Taina's spell, and it just stole away. Anyhow, I'm glad you're awake and on your feet again. Come now, let's hurry back to Mord Sook before the bastard has a change of heart and comes back for us. Back to Mord Sook we return. So who are the four that we've learned about so far? The first one we did was that big dog. We did the big dog in Fairyland. This is great for when I don't have all of the names in my brain at my disposal right now, but you guys know what I'm talking about. The tank, it was Big Dog in Fairyland, but I can't remember who was the melee DPS person in the group. Brendan and Renda Ray were the two. Brendan Big Dog. And what was Renda Ray? Renda Ray was the Bard. Okay. So we've done Renda Ray. We've done Brandon the Paladin. And how many others are in the group? So they've been running with this Silver. We haven't had anything with that, so we're seeing Silver in like these earlier days. How many people do they have in the group? Is there any others that haven't been looked at as well? How many people they got in their little band of the Warriors of Light? Only those 4. 6 in flashbacks. Ugh. There were 5 when we first met them as the Warriors of Darkness, plus Urianger. Okay. So, we've got Ardbert, Lamet, Neilbert, Brenda Ray, Brendan, Silver. So they're a group of 6. They can't even raid. They can't even raid. Okay, so we got to do Ardbert stuff in like the main quest because we had Ardbert with us for that. Now we're exploring the others in these role quests, but then we don't have a. There's no role quest. Role quest for Silver. Interesting. Maybe that's why they went, fuck, guys, for Endwalker, we fucked up, and we need, that's why we need to add, another role quest specific class, where they need, more stuff, even if Silver is a tank, but they were like, we need to have even more role quests. Yeah, like the camera was like lingering on Silver at the end there, like staring. And I was like, oh yeah, we haven't done like anything in regards to her character through any of this yet. We've learned about every single one. You really gave us a scare back there, clutching your head in pain with a deadly sin eater in plain sight. Let me guess. You had another one of your visions, didn't you? Ah, yeah, a fucking big minotaur in a cave, crystal, big sad time. I love it whenever my character is doing the explaining thing and I just put whatever the hell word vomit comes out of my mouth in, and then they always respond so seriously. It's one of my favorite parts of speaking dialogue for the game. Putting my own dialogue in there. Ah, yeah, fucking, I did this and that and this happened. Won't take me. So that's how Neilbert and Ardbert met up. Just goes to show you that in times of crisis, even the bitterest of rivals can turn fast friends. Now let's see if I have this straight. Neilbert made it his life's mission to save Taina here. Knowing that his own energies wouldn't suffice, he went in search of a relic that would afford him the etheric power needed to reach beyond this world. And deep in the mines that day, he found it. Yet in the end, he decided to sacrifice the stone and his own cause to save the lives of the countless innocents who called the mountain home. And so did he take his first step down the path of a hero, a warrior of light. So that's why he came back to this place, why he still summons the hollows as he did so many years ago. Aye, there can be no doubting it, even now that he's become a sin-eater, bereft of memory, reason, and any sense of his own actions. The ghastly shell of what was once Neilbert still haunts the wasteland, searching for a way to bring back his old friend. I only knew him as a child, and the whole idea of sin-eaters and warriors of light was also new to me. Even as the pieces came together, I could not truly believe that Neilbert and this Phronesis were one and the same. But when our gazes first met, standing out there in the wastes, in an instant I knew it without question. This was my friend. A friend who had been searching for me all these years. At last, I know what I must do. I must stop Phronesis, that my dear friend may finally find peace. Together we can do this. Thank you, my friends. In the battle, I was able to push Phronesis' hollow away from Sareg, if only for a short distance. With more training, I'm certain I could learn to close them up entirely. After all we've seen from you, I have no reason to doubt you. If you're game, so are we. Finally, some cause for hope, huh? But we must exercise caution. The last time the boy worked its magic, our foe showed up faster than you can say, Phronesis. While this might be a simple coincidence, the likelihood is high that the casting of the spell itself summoned the Sin Eater to us. You'd best avoid casting any similar incantations until we're prepared for the final confrontation. I want you to stay close for now. Devote yourself to your studies and hone your skills to whatever degree you can in the safety of the village. In the meantime, Omega and I will redouble our training efforts as well. Should we succeed in finding a way to counteract the hollows, it will come down to our firepower versus our foes. We must be at full strength for the battle, lest we allow victory to slip between our fingers. Lovely. I was just talking with Sereg when I had a thought. If Nilbert regrets truly live on inside Phronesis, might I not be able to reach him somehow to convince him to leave us in peace? The words had barely left my mouth when he shot me a glare that pierced me like a dagger. Expect reason or mercy from a Sin Eater and it will be the death of you, he said. Though it may have the form of a man, its mind is that of a beast that lives only to feed on our flesh. It would seem I was a bit too idealistic. Clearly I still have much to learn about this world. Hey, don't listen to him. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know ball like me. I've dealt with a few of these bad boys already. Bad boys and girls. And you know what I've done? Fixed them. We'll fix this one too. Tana's training day. An espresso campana. What a lovely reward after defeating voids. Mega Spidey Man, welcome in. Does Mopokolops know when he'll start Chain of Memories? Mopokolops does not, but Mopokolops would love to, soon. The problem is, Mopokolops doesn't have enough time in the world for all of these games at the moment, and Mopokolops is feeling pretty sad about it. He wishes he could pause time for a bit and just kind of play games forever without having to worry about my mortality, the outside world, all of that. But Mopokolops will play Chain of Memories. And it won't get many views because Chain of Memories is good, but it is not one of the most popular ones. And Kingdom Hearts 1 didn't do so well. But I really want to do a replay journey to play Remind for the first time and to be ready for Kingdom Hearts 4. Has Mopokolops played the GBA version in the past? Mopokolops has played both versions of Chain of Memories, yes. And the GBA version is the more fun to play because the gameplay kind of works better for its art style. However, Chain of Memories HD is the better one to go through overall because of the way that it's in 3D and the cutscenes line up with the rest of the series. And it has voice acting, so it's... yeah. I also have played through Birth by Sleep on my PlayStation Portable. I've played through 358 over 2 days on my DS. I have gamed. The only handheld one that I haven't played is Recoded. I played Dream Drop Distance on my 3DS as well. I played all of these very late to the game though. Like I didn't get any of these handhelds until much, much later because I don't have that kind of money to be buying a PSP and a DS and a 3DS and a Wii and a PS2 and a PS3 and all of the platforms that they decided to release on. But I eventually made my way through. We had plenty of time before Kingdom Hearts 3 came out. I'll tell you that much. That look in your eyes. Yes, I can see that you have gained much strength since last we met. You'll be pleased to hear that Tana has managed to make steady progress in his training as well. The boy believes he has regained much of the knowledge and skill he possessed before getting sucked into that pocket of time and space. An admirable feat, considering that it was not long ago that he could scarcely remember his own name. And yet there is one aspect of his training that is yet to be addressed. Put simply, the boy lacks experience in battle. To work the magic necessary to seal up the hollows, I must maintain perfect focus and clarity of mind. In the battle with Phronesis is my first. If the battle with Phronesis is my first, I fear my concentration will be disrupted all too easily. And so I thought I'd take the boy into the wilds that he might acclimate himself to the battlefield and further hone his command of magic in the process. And yet we must keep a wide berth of armorang. Were we to encounter Phronesis before we are fully prepared, the results could be disastrous. And so I propose that we go on an excursion of sorts. Would you be willing to accompany us? I believe there is much the boy could learn from your example. Excellent. Then let us make for Lakeland. The beasts in the forest of the Lost Shepherd could provide a fair challenge for the lad. Very nice. The forest of the Lost Shepherd. Alright, before I head over here for this job, I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break, so I will be right back, chat, and then we'll continue. Alright, let's keep going. Also, chat, I have a slight confession. I might have accidentally, inadvertently, clickbaited this stream. Because I don't think we're going to have time to start 6.5 today. Because we're 3 hours in already. And we're still finishing up the role quest for Shadowbringers. And like I said we'd see how we go. And I thought we would at least have time to start it. But I severely underestimated the time it took to get Pictomancer and to do the role quest. So I'm not saying that the stream will end after we do this. We'll probably do something else. But I think we'll save 6.5 for being its own thing. Because I do want to keep it all in one place instead of like splitting it up. Just because I've done the same thing for the other Endwalker patches, so it feels all neat and tidy. And then we get to kick off the stream. We get to kick off the stream starting 6.5 and feeling revitalized. I think you could probably tell my energy is a bit low on this stream as well. I'm not like super hyped up, so I kind of want to approach it better. Just had a very like very busy, tiring time outside of the channel at the moment, and I haven't been recording new videos for Patreon. So I just don't want to like. I want to be at the right level and not force myself to do it. Okay. Lopaspelin? Don't know how to say it. Lopaspelin? Thank you so much for joining the stream and enjoying the content over the years. I would like to play Witcher soon. The list is long and never ending, but I do want to play Witcher because I want to be ready for Witcher 4, even though I won't play that when that comes out either because nobody will watch it. People will watch it later. But yes, I would definitely like to play some Witcher. There's another quest line after doing all the role quests. Well, there you go. We'll do that after doing this. Here, let me counter the clickbait on this stream real quick. Oh, hang on. Let me not pull up the hold on. That's what I'm doing right now. I'll rename the stream. Forbidden View. We just end up doubling up on the stream. But now it means I get to properly put in the title, Obtaining Pictomancer. So thank you for bearing with me there. Sorry about the accidental clickbaiting. We will do patch 6.5 in the next stream. Multiple follow-up quests to the role quests. Well, there you go. See, I didn't know that. So that's the tough thing. I obviously can't account for everything. And I go, hey, we'll try this and we'll do this on the stream. Something I used to do was I would just, you know, have a very basic thumbnail and title and then adjust it after. But recently I've been able to at least be like confident enough to like correctly do the stuff. Not this time. I'm gonna have to fix the thumbnail too, because the thumbnail, we're not even doing Endwalker content. We picked up Pictomancer, and we're doing a Shadowbringers role quest. So we're just like completely not even in the same realm with the thumbnail. We've been ultra clickbaiting. People have been like, man, I can't wait for him to can't wait for him to start the Endwalker part of the stream. There was no Endwalker part of the stream. I'm a liar. And maybe one of these... Nope. Okay, great. I'll fix the thumbnail later, because it will require a little too much work. Alright, change that title for a second. Incorrect thumbnail for now. Ah, there he is. Now, shall we get down to, something the matter? Ah, yes, I was going to point out Trainer has had a change of clothes. How do you like my new clothes, Omega? Not only are they stylish, why, I can just feel the power welling up from deep within me. They were a present from Serig. Isn't he the best? I feel like someone's about to adopt a child. What do you think? He's going to become a father. It was a simple investment, nothing more. We must seize every possible advantage if we hope to triumph over our foe. But enough idle chit-chat. We have work to do, Omega, and I would ask you to begin by setting an example for the boy, showing him precisely how you conduct yourself in battle. We can't very well just toss him to the Wolverines all on his own now, can we? So why don't you get out there and hunt one down for us? Tainer, watch carefully and let Omega show you how it's done. Yes, this is how it's done, by the way. Now, you're a bit familiar with void magics and that kind of fun stuff. May I introduce you to painting? Now, you think fire and ice and lightning and all that stuff is cool, but you ain't seen big painting hammer, have you? Now, how's that for magic? I love doing a role quest about, you know, void sense stuff and black magic and all of that, and I am doing this. I am doing paint. That was incredible. The sheer destructive power of your spells, the way you seamlessly weaved one incantation after the next, everything. But tell me, what would you say is the most important thing a mage should keep in mind when doing battle with a fearsome foe? Painting. Casting your spells in proper sequence is the key. A lot of paint upon the canvas. Ah, but of course, thank you, Omega. I will endeavor to put everything I've learned from you into practice. Well, here goes nothing. Are we doing the classic theme? Drat, where do I... No, that's not curses. Just stay still so I can hit you already. Steady now. Don't let the enemy fluster you. Keep your focus. Right, focus. You're a feisty one, aren't you? Ow! That smarts! Yeah, I've seen enough of this. We're going to give him my clown outfit instead of the fancy ones that he's got. Forgive me, friend, I was beginning to fear for the boy's dignity, if not his life. Oh dear, that didn't nearly go as well as I'd hoped. Don't get so down on yourself, lad. I shouldn't have jumped in the way I did. I dare say you were starting to get the hang of it there at the end. I thought it would be a simple enough task to follow Omega's lead, but when that savage creature stared me down, I was too flustered to put what I learned into practice. Indeed, it is not the strength of your magics that is the issue. You simply must learn to compose yourself. What do you think, Omega? Are there any other words of wisdom you might offer me? Believe in yourself and all will be fine. Everything will be fine if you just simply believe. Thank you. I'm sure you were right. I can't allow my foe to break my concentration like this. Anyhow, let me try once more. This time will go better. I promise you. Well, let's see how it goes this time. His friends are his power. I love that we just don't even see anything happen. We just need the music and the sound effects. Yes, the boy will be fine. I must stay my hand. I feel like I know it's Final Fantasy music, but it just feels so much more like classic Pokemon. I did it. The battle is won. That's an impressive fit upgrade from what we had before. Now that's how you wallop a Wolverine. Well done, lad. I'm proud I could be here for your first victory. Oh, he is 110% adopting this guy. You're far too kind. I couldn't have done it without you and Omega here to show me the way. You have my thanks. But don't let up now, boy. You must keep battling until all that you've learned becomes second nature. Now, are you ready? That was rather more difficult than I expected, and yet, thanks to you and Sereg, I feel like I can hold my own on the battlefield now. I'd have to agree. The way you made short work of that last critter, I'd say it's time to find you a more worthy foe. Let us return to Mord Sook and plot our next course of action. Proven the perfect mentor for the boy, Omega. Hells, I dare say old Sereg here could learn a thing or two from you. You've taught him not only how to wield his spells in battle, but how to maintain his focus in the face of danger. With those fundamentals under his belt, it is just a matter of time and practice until he's ready to face Phronesis. I promise you, my friends, I will not let you down. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd best go and write down all I've learned today while it's fresh in my memory. Such passion and determination, this must be the boy he always was. Before his time beyond the rift stole from him his memories and his spirit. He devotes himself to his training that he might help us fell Phronesis and bring his friend a measure of salvation. There is no telling what course the battle will take, but I suspect the boy will be forced to confront his past head-on. It will not be easy for him, and yet I believe it is a necessary step for him in order to forge himself a new future. For Trainer's sake, for Taina's sake, and for the sake of those who call Armorang home, we must triumph in this battle. Not to mention for the sake of our coin purses, eh? At any rate, I will leave you to your training and return to my own. The final confrontation is close at hand, and we must be ready. About that final confrontation. Shall we do it now? Let's just do it now instead. Well, look who's back. And looking more imposing than ever, I might add. Yes. Same paintbrush, same hat, same job channel. Well, look who's back. And looking more imposing than ever, I might add. You'll be pleased to know that Taina's command of his magics has advanced by leaps and bounds since you left. Since I left. Says he's finally convinced he can hold his own against Phronesis. Truth be told, I worry about the boy. As devoted as he is to his training, I can't help but notice a sad, uneasy look in his eyes from time to time. He insists it's nothing, of course, but I remain unconvinced. As a fellow mage, perhaps you could succeed in reaching out to him where I failed. He should be around here somewhere. Go and find him and see if you can't offer him a few words of support, won't you? Yes, I will be the dad for a second. Oh, hello there, Omega. Is there something I can do for you? Serig was worried about me, you say? That is kind of him. I assure you I'm completely fine. I owe so much to the both of you. You brought me back from beyond the rift, took me under your wing, trained me and comforted me to the point that my memories and my magic have both returned. I am finally ready to face my old friend in battle, and it is all because of you. And yet there is a fear growing inside me, a fear that threatens to consume me. In my studies, I have learned much about the Sin Eaters. I learned how those who fall to the most powerful Sin Eaters, like Phronesis, become Sin Eaters themselves, doomed to live out their days as mindless, unholy abominations. If I were to lose my focus in battle, and you or Serig suffered the same fate as Neilbert, the only 3 friends I have known in this world, if I lost you all, how could I ever live with myself again? This thought, it shakes me to my very core. If you falter, we will be there for you. You are right. I mustn't forget that I have 2 strong friends by my side to help me shoulder the burden. Thank you, friend. The task is a daunting one, but I will trust in myself, and in the strong and gentle friends who stand by my side. Nothing would make me happier than to help Neilbert find peace, but that is not the only reason I fight this battle. I must repay you and Serig for all you have given me. Not only did the 2 of you bring me back to this world, you have instilled me with a newfound sense of purpose, and yet when the battle is done, you will leave this place. You will embark on new adventures with new companions. Worry not, I will not hold you back or stand in your way. That is another reason I must fight this battle. I must prove to you, to all 3 of my friends, that I am strong enough to get by on my own. Be strong, Taina. You can do this. Sorry, perhaps I got a little carried away there. In any event, we should go tell Serig that I'm ready. It's alright, buddy. When I go, you'll get adopted by this guy, and then I'll introduce you to Reen, and you make some new friends over here. You're finally back, I see. I was starting to get worried. I trust this means you're ready to do battle with Phronesis? I am. Let us put an end to this nightmare and set Neilbert and the people of this land free. That's the spirit. Alright, the plan is to lure Phronesis to us by the same method as last time. We will venture to the central hills of Amber, a safe distance away from the city, and Taina will summon forth a hollow. It should only be a matter of time before our quarry arrives. I believe our chances are best if we can lure Phronesis to a wide open space where we will have a complete freedom to maneuver. The hills of Amber should suffice. If you are ready, let us away at once. Away! We will travel from Twine. I am ready. Let us begin. Level 80. Over there. It's him. Yes, I knew you would come. Well, I guess we won't be needing this anymore. Hey, you took the bait. And so he opens his own. And so I say, close! Stop opening them. Give it up, Neilbert. My spells are more than a match for your own. These are my friends, and I will not let you take them. Do you hear me, Neilbert? Your long nightmare and ours shall end this day. Alright, how we doing this? I'm gonna paint some pictures over here if you don't mind. I'm just gonna get some pictures ready. Is it up to me to start? You want me to start, do you? Alright. Let's paint this picture. Leave the hollow to me and concentrate your attacks on our foe. I like that you can do the hammer from long range. I don't need to actually be there. Be wary, friends. He means to summon a hollow. Oh no. I messed up my attack as a result. Hey, we don't have a healer. You gonna heal me? He's got specialty solution. Time to heal up. He's got some form of healing. Okay. Take that in a straight line. Hey mate, you bear with me a second. I'm casting spells. Oh. I'm drifting and stuff. Oh man, you can... That's actually really good that you can use that to kind of quickly get out of a little tough spot. If you just need to get a bad timing. Like, I'm like, oh, I need to get out of this orange circle real quick. Let me just scoot on out of there. Here comes another one. Right to Serig's side, but there's hollows, mate. There's hollows. I'm gonna die. Heal me. Heal me, you archer. Archer. Heal me. Bro, I'm gonna die. I have no healing. I'm gonna die. Serig. He says, hey, here's a heal for you. Where's my heal, buddy? Where's my heal? I'm just straight up getting killed. Oh my, we're so dead. We're so dead. We're so dead. We're so dead. Oh my god. Bro, how am I still alive? This is actually ridiculous. I can't believe I'm still alive. I'm living. Oh my god, cast the right thing, please. Serig, why don't you don't even come to my location? What is he doing? We're on our own, sure, mate. He just healed me. He's taking his sweet time. Use the hollows to our advantage, eh? So, like, have lightning globes get pulled into the hollows. Get mogged. Yeah, Tina, how you going? How you going, buddy? Got a few hollows over here, man. Like my hammer, do you, mate? Oh god. Alright, so get oh no. doing even more hollows, mate. Phronesis, you've painted your last picture. Let this be the canvas of your doom. Or whatever those painters say. I have painted your defeat and my victory. Let the world be the canvas of our painting battle. I gotta work on my Pictomancer lines, guys. Go back to the art gallery where you belong. Forgive me, Taina. Far and wide did I travel with my companions, all the while searching for a way, any way at all, to bring you back to this world. And yet in the end, it was all in vain. Though I treasured the adventures I had with Ardbert and the others, my choice that fateful day forever haunted me. What if I had run off with the stone, and used its powers to rescue you, as I had always intended? What adventures might we have shared? I sunk into the depths of despair and felt myself a wretch for doing so. For by what right do I pity myself, when it was I who consigned you to a far more cruel and tragic a fate? Whatever pain, whatever loss I knew is nothing compared to what you suffered, what you still suffer. Abandoned by your only friend, cast adrift in a cold, dark void until the end of time. Yes, no doubt you are still out there beyond the rift, cursing my name to this very day. No, sorry, pal. He's actually right here. He's right here. He's really here. That's not true, Neilbert. I'm right here. And yet, even if you despise me with every fiber of your being, even still I would give anything to see you just one last time. This is when Tane has to come to the realization that he's not really speaking to him. You could curse me, revile me, rain fists and magics down upon me. It would all be worth it just for the chance to say, I am sorry. Stop it, Neilbert, please. Stop saying those things. Even after you had your mind, your heart, your very humanity ripped from you, you still, for all these years, you kept searching for me. How could I ever hate my best friend? Don't you see, old friend? It was Omega here who brought me back to this world, but it was you who guided him to me. You have suffered long enough, my friend. I can take care of myself now. You need worry about me no longer. So please, rest peacefully. And as we get out of the emotional scene between friends long separated, we are immediately attacked by a giant rock guy. Hey, we're having a fucking moment here, rock man. Hey, Dana, I can't see you. Oh, he's gone. It's over. At last. You don't need to explain it to me. I know that the Neilbert we saw was just a memory, a reflection from the crystal, that my friend truly passed years and years ago. And yet, even if those words will never reach Neilbert, simply saying them aloud gave me a measure of peace. I have no regrets today. But we should be getting back to town before any more Sin Eaters take notice of us, yes? I'll say. After that battle I could use a rest, and I reckon Omega here could use one as well. Shall we head back to Mordsuk? We did what we had to do. I have no regrets. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, I'm happy to report that tales of our triumph are already spreading across town like wildfire. Word has it the merchants are so grateful that they intend to sweeten the bounty with a generous personal reward. My friends, I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, Neilbert has found peace, and I can finally close the book on this chapter of my past. Every day I thank the gods for having brought us together. The feeling's mutual, lad. To be honest, I wasn't sure what to expect when you popped out of that hole, but it's been a pleasure having you at our side. So, tell me, now that you've made peace with your past, what do you plan to do with your future? You and Omega have trained me well, and I'm quite confident that I can hold my own on the battlefield. Perhaps I would travel the land and see if I might use my abilities to help those in need. If I didn't know better, I'd think those were the words of someone twice your age. If that's truly your intention, then I have something of a plan. First, I'll need Omega here's permission. It's just a thought I had, but what say we give the lion's share of the bounty to Taina here? I reckon he needs it more than we do, and besides, we couldn't have won the battle without him. But of course. I knew you'd feel the same. It's the least we can do to help the boy forge a path and a future for himself. My friends, I could never take advantage of your kindness like that. Think nothing of it. It's not easy for a boy your age to make his way in the world, and this is the least we can do. Think of it as a parting gift from your brothers in arms. Thank you, Serik. Thank you, Omega. As long as I live, I will never forget your generosity. Finally, I have one last proposal for you, if you're keen for it. There's this bounty hunter I know. He can hold his own with a bow, but he's always thought he could take on bigger marks if he had a skilled mage at his side. If you're looking for a partner, that is. Serik, you could not possibly mean... Of course I'm saying it. So, what'll it be? Yes, 1,000 times yes. Why? Nothing would make me happier. Then I suppose that settles it. Welcome aboard, lad. I've got a feeling that this is only the beginning of a rewarding relationship. And on that note, I do believe my new partner and I are off to the Crystarium to find ourselves a new mark. If it's not too much to ask, why don't you join us there? I still owe you your share of the bounty, and I reckon it'd be a good place to say our proper farewells. He has decided to adopt him after all, but not as a son, but as a brother in arms. And also, sorry, just much earlier in the stream, thank you again for the earlier super chat, Sid. I will do my best to never change, except for when I do clickbait. Sometimes it has to be done. I feel bad that you've all been here, but I hope that you've been doing some stuff in your own time in the game today, instead of running around with me going through this. Ah, Omega. Glad you could join us. Tainer and I just arrived a short while ago ourselves. The boy's keen on starting his new life as a bounty hunter, to say the least. He's got no end of questions, that one, but there's only so much I can teach him. The rest he'll have to learn from experience. And so I intend to do what I can to show him the world and keep him safe. So don't worry about us. Between my bow and his magics, I reckon we'll be able to hold our own out there. That said, should we ever find ourselves on the trail of a particularly nasty foe, I hope you'd not be averse to lending us your strength once more. Yeah, somehow I have a feeling it won't take another 100 years for our paths to cross again. Until then, friend, stay sheltered in the shade. Speaker for the wise. Okay. Follow-up quests? Is that here, or is it somewhere else? Is it this guy? Ah. Shadow walk with me? Do I have to be a particular role, or can I do whatever I want now? Take me back to being a dark knight. Restore me. Actually, you know, maybe I should get more practice in, actually. I should get more practice in. You're right, Apocalypse. You should get more practice in. Or continue using the brush. Shadow walk with me. We got our Twin Peaks reference, by the way. We have fire walk with me. Glenard is overjoyed to welcome the conquering hero's return. Well, if it isn't the great hunter himself. As if you don't know, all 4 of the cardinal virtues laid low, all with your help. You're the talk of the stairs, Omega. When the night returned to Lakeland, we knew in our hearts that change was on the horizon, but never did I dare hope that you might help rid us of those terrible fiends. You've surpassed my wildest expectations. Not mine, Glenard. When I first laid eyes on him, I had an inkling that he was the hero we'd been waiting to come along. Ha! Easy to claim after the fact. If you'd indulge me, though, I would love to hear you tell how it all played out. The hunting of the virtues, that is. Oh, it was there was one in the fairyland, and there was one in the dwarves, and one of them was a crazy black mage. My word, there's so much more to it than I realized, and here I thought you'd only have to track down the bloody things. Gods, though, the things you'd learned about the Warriors of Light. So many secrets and details lost over time. And for all their hard work and sacrifice, they somehow brought about the flood. Can't say I understand it at all, but it's a bloody tragedy, it is. We should gather the others and toast their memories. Heroes of Eld, brave and true, to be remembered forevermore. Now, I'll thank you not to let your bleeding heart drive you to offer up a fortnight's stock of spirits. Attend to your other customers and let me speak with the hero of here and now. Whatever would I do without your good sense and wisdom? Very well, I'll leave you to entertain him, but don't think we won't be having that drink someday. Omega, I must thank you for sharing with us such incredible tales. 'Tis only right that I repay you in kind. With the ending, that is. With the story of the true villain who towers above the virtues. The devil more deserving of death than any that yet lingers in this world. If your curiosity has been piqued, then meet with me atop the balcony overlooking the crystalline mean. I'll be waiting there until you do. Okay. The ending with the story of the true villain who towers above the virtues, the devil more deserving of death. So will this be Silver then? Because this is the only one that hasn't been dived into. I don't know if it's a coincidence that Ciela and Silver have a very similar face and also name in terms of relation. It'll be like, Silver was my grandmother. You came, as I knew you would. Never met a mystery you could leave well enough alone. Or a demon you could let live, am I right? And this demon is undeniably deserving of death. Make no mistake, to cut them down would be just and proper, the act of a goodly person. And that is just what you are. I can see that. No need to grow impatient or be offended, my friend, but before you pass judgment on this villain, you need first understand their part in everything. Who they were to the fallen warriors of light, for instance. Of course, right about now you must be wondering how I know what I know. What a tavern wench of all people has got to do with any of this. Let me tell you then, I am the one who brought together the Virtue Hunters. I am the one who marked you as a potential ally to them and bade you join them in their quests. I alone knew what had to be done, and what sort of sinner would be needed to see this tale of tragedy and betrayal brought to an end. But come, we have many malms ahead of us still, to Kalusha and the Codger's Crook. I will go ahead and wait for you there. Ciela assembled all of our Virtue Hunters, huh? Oh, no, that's the main quest. I'm like, Radzahan? That doesn't make sense. That's a little bit further ahead from Shadowbringers. What are we doing there? You are accustomed to life on the road, as am I. Do you recognize this place? I thought you might. Here is where it began, where Ardbert first met Lamet. Still young and lacking in experience, but possessed of so much potential. Heroes in the making. Even then, the keen-eyed could see. They would only fulfill that promise much later, though, after joining with their other dear companions, Brandon and Brenda Ray. Yeah, she's... she even has the same hairstyle. Like, it's down to the hair as well. And one other. An elven woman, not half bad with a sword. But perhaps you are already asking the question. Who? There were 5 warriors of light in all, but she would make 6. Indeed. After adding in Neilbert, there does seem to be one too many, but believe me when I say there was indeed a 6th adventurer lost to history, and her name was Silver. You think I don't know? I've been echoing. Though I doubt I need convince you of this truth, when you walked in the Virtue's memories, you saw her time and time again, did you not? And you saw the true villain, the traitor responsible for all their woes. Let us continue the story elsewhere, to Armorang and the fields of Amber. Yeah, I saw her. The traitor, eh? Really leading me on here, darling. She goes, I'll see you here. I'm gonna walk there. So whenever you're ready. Just walks here and then just stands there waiting. So theatrical. You saw the true villain's face in their memories, and I told you her name in Kalusha. But what were her crimes, you ask? Hearken to my tale and you will learn. Silver had joined the others before they first met Neilbert. After their party of 5 came to this place, they took on a commission to slay a powerful beast that had taken up residence in the mines. Said beast was believed to be the instigator of ever more terrible tremors, and so time was of the essence. But during their hurried search, they crossed paths with their future companion, then a competitor aiming to usurp their prize. After another tremor triggered by the beast trapped them all underground, they had no choice but to work together to lay it low. But to their dismay, even after its death, the earth continued to shudder violently. As the adventurers looked to each other in confusion, Neilbert strode towards the beast's body and grabbed hold of a curious stone. A stone brimming with untold ether that he had sought out that he might harness its potential to rescue a loved one lost to the rift. But so powerful was the stone that it warped the flow of the life stream. Its very existence was a threat. He held his comrade's salvation in his hand and cast it aside for the greater good. For his sacrifice, he was judged a hero. In life, Neilbert was a pragmatic figure whose wisdom and sagacity were admired by all. Little wonder that in death he would retain his virtue. But as Neilbert mourned the friend he forever lost, the betrayer Silver looked on in silent contentment, for they had taken the first step on their path towards becoming heroes, brave and true. His sacrifice had sparked the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. Look at this smug face. What ritual, you may wonder? Fear not, all will become clear in time. Come with me to Raktika, to the Sisha swamps. We must retrace the steps as they were taken to understand the depth of her treachery. You know what I find so annoying about this is that it really is so overly theatrical and dramatic for the sake of it. Like, I'm not annoyed at the game. I'm annoyed at her. Because it's this element of, yes, I assembled all these people together to get you to do all of these things, and because I knew that this would be the way, and now I will make you travel through all of these areas as I have rehearsed over all of these years to say exactly what I want to say at the exact places that it is relevant. I'm going to do it with a smug little face and go, whoa. True villain. I'm like, bloody hell, this could have been an email. This is what being a barmaid does to someone. It drives them insane. They need to get some fresh air. They need to go to 7 different locations. And go, wouldn't you like to know? Well, maybe I'll tell you. In a completely different location. This place too is familiar to you now, from days recent and long since past. The reason why we kind of skipped through the Neilbert flashback a bit there was because obviously we just did it, so we didn't really need a refresher on what happened there. We did not need a refresher, did we? Is my stream still up, chat? Can you guys hear me? It looks like it disconnected for a second. Just want to make sure. Alright, all good. After the events in Armorang, Ardbert and his comrades grew in fame, spurring others to entreat their aid. The adventurers sought out greater and greater challenges, and in pursuit of another, they came to Raktika. While here, the hunter Renda Ray learned that the notorious mark Balam Quits was near, and so, under the cover of darkness, she slipped away from the others to slay the beast by herself. Like Neilbert before, of course, you already know what her motive was. Balam Quits had robbed her of her fellow hunters. Only vengeance would redress the balance. Moreover, she would not dare risk the lives of her new comrades, so terrified that she was of the mere possibility that she might have to relive that terrible day. And so she faced Balam Quits alone, and would have surely died for it, had Ardbert and the others not arrived in time to help. I remember this now. See, this is a good flashback to recount, because obviously this was much longer ago for us than the ones we did today. Like Neilbert before, of course, you already know what happened next. For her love, her conviction, and her resolve was she chosen by Hydaelyn. From that day forward, Renda Ray swore never again to betray her comrades' trust, to share with them the triumphs and the tragedies, to relinquish the freedom she had once held in the highest. The bravest, most courageous hunter that ever was. That moment would define what she became in life and in death. Her sacrifice would hasten the transformation, which was fuel for the ritual to come. The betrayer Silver looked on, yet more satisfied. They were oblivious to her machinations, unaware that they were dancing to her tune. Their journeys continued, and so must ours, to Ilmeg and Lean Gaia. Yes. To Brandon's. I'll say, bloody hell, can you just tell me? Yeah, I remember what Ilmeg looks like. I've been there. So, all of the Virtue Hunters, they obviously didn't know about the past. We had to learn about the past through the echoes. Or, like, you know, from people that were actually there as well. Like, Tainer. But Ciela has set the whole thing up, so she's aware of the history in a much more detailed capacity than almost anyone. So, like, it's like speaking with a level of, like, either having first-hand knowledge or having knowledge that was directly given to her. That's why I'm like, with the similar appearance, I'm like, considering that it's been over 100 years, it's got to be like a relative On her deathbed, my grandmama told me all of these terrible things. But then also she looks so smug about it. So I'm like, I don't know if with what they're getting at is that Ciela could be Silver. It just doesn't feel like it that that works in terms of age. But who knows? She's got a lot of work done, of course. Species do age differently. But I think elves age still. I don't know how old elves get in Final Fantasy XIV. I know that Grandpa Louis Soir looked pretty old. But maybe he was like 6,000 years old. As beautiful now as it was then. You saw it too. Would you not agree? With the death of Balam Quits, the legend of Ardbert and his comrades had grown larger than ever. Thus emboldened, they came to the kingdom of Vobert. Vobert had long been troubled by what some had dubbed a magical plague, innocents found transformed into misshapen fiends that the kingdom's knights had no choice but to put down ere the contagion spread. Kind of interesting the way that we've gone through the story, because we went through... Did we do the tank first? Or Render Ray first? I'm pretty sure we did tank first. Or did I switch to Dark Knight later and then do the role quest? Who remembers? Pop quiz on the Apocalypse streams. Which one did I do first? Brandon or Render Ray? Because I can't remember. I was a Dragoon during Shadowbringers, but I switched to Dark Knight at some point, and I can't remember if I switched to Dark Knight during. Brandon had been one such knight. In his youth, he had served the Princess Soldia faithfully, only to be cast out for a single mistake. Thus did he take to the road where he met Ardbert and the others. Having grown stronger and wiser and more respected, Brandon felt it was time to return and redeem himself, and with the aid of his comrades he did just that. Tadric, the court mage, was unmasked as the mastermind of Vobert's misery, and by a disgraced knight's blade was he brought to justice. But with his dying breath, Tadric cursed the Princess Soldia, sentencing her to a fate worse than death. At her behest did he raise up his blade, and for the sake of the kingdom strike down his liege lady. With that single stroke he forever changed, though nearly not in the way that was necessary. He stood at the precipice and almost forsook his compassion for unflinching judgment, but mercifully turned aside at the last. Switched to Dark during trolley section and did the tank roll quest first. Well, there you go. So what's really interesting about that is we're getting recounted the Warriors of Light adventure, I guess, in order, you know, of like when Ardbert met... why do I keep forgetting her name? Why do I keep forgetting her name for some reason? It's like on the tip of my tongue. Come on, man. Let us remember the names. Sorry, chat. Lamet. Yeah. Lamet. That's it. So Ardbert met Lamet first, then Neilbert, then Render Ray, then Brandon. Or like that's the order that the story goes in. And funnily enough, we literally did it in reverse order. Because we did Brandon, Render Ray. We almost did it in reverse order because Lamet was first. We were so close. But we did Lamet and Neilbert close enough together. But we almost went backwards. Thus did he find and embrace true justice, that which weighs law and heart together and strives for the greater good. 'Tis a long, difficult road from which many stray, settling for simpler moralities, but I would expect no less of the man who became Dikaiosin. His sacrifice would strengthen the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. As her companions grew ever more powerful, so too did the betrayer Silver. Bit by bit, they brought her closer to her goal. But it was not yet finished. To Calusia they returned, and so must we. Tomra, and the next chapter of our tale await. They knew them, but were they in the same group? Like, were they all warriors of light at that time? Or was Neilbert like the last one to join? And maybe I misunderstood the order of which the story was being told in that sense. It's like, did the specific events with Renda and Brendan take place after that? Slowly but surely, the adventurers were fulfilling their potential. Word of their deeds in Vobert spread like wildfire, and their legend grew ever larger. But for all their success, the fledgling heroes would be forced to endure more hardship and welcome more sacrifice. They passed deeper into the depths of Raktika towards ancient Ronka. 'Twas there that the dwarf Lamet came to a crossroads, for in claiming the magic she desperately desired, she would be forced to renounce something equally precious. Okay, actually, yeah, what I guess I should say is it was just funny to have the order of the story being told in a way that was almost in reverse, but they all kind of take place around that same period because Ardbert recruits Lamet, they meet, but it doesn't get to this point where she gets exiled for a while, because they all go off and do other things and then eventually stumble upon like their actual duty and get their crystal. They press deeper into the depths of Raktika. Dwarves are a reclusive lot, wont to withdraw from the outside world that their many traditions might be preserved in isolation. When the stone blight began to spread, they chose to lock away the afflicted and refuse to seek outside help. Lamet would not abide this. She vowed to save her ailing kin, her sister among them, even if it meant violating dwarven law. With her newfound power, she returned and cured the sick, and for this she was banished by the Council of Elders. This came as no surprise, for she had made peace with it long before. When she stood in that ancient ruin and called upon forgotten guardians to grant her forbidden knowledge, she knew then what the price would be. She had weighed her traditions and identity against the lives of those she loved and made her choice, though it pained her terribly and in ways only a dwarf could understand. And Heidelin, it would seem. Through hardship and sacrifice was a new warrior of light forged, a healer that knew more than any the value of a life and would do anything to see it preserved, even in death. Her sacrifice would nearly complete the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. Very soon then, very soon. For Ardbert and his comrades had stumbled upon evidence of the larger design, threads linking together the disparate troubles of the realm. A name spoken only in whispers, the Shadowkeeper, a singular force sowing chaos and discord throughout Northrant to an unknown end. If the Warriors of Light truly wished to save their world, then they would need to confront this villain amongst villains. And at the end of their exhaustive search, at the end of their struggle, who do you think they found waiting to welcome them with open arms? Mandeville? The answer to that awaits us in Lakeland, our final destination. The villain yet walks among us, Omega, unknown and unpunished. Go on ahead and wait for me at Lux and Loft. There are preparations to which I must first attend. The villain walks among us unknown and unpunished. To Lakeland we go. By the way, this is one of the follow-up quests. This is just one of them. It's very funny. She has really extended the length of this quest by dragging us out here, man. Well, if anything, it'll get me to finally discover this location, because we never even went up here. I've not filled this map out a lot because it's just so out of the way. Isn't it really funny how you can have, like, look at this map, it's huge. Look at this whole northern section. I've never even been up here. I've never even been up here. There's just nothing that has even drawn me to be here. I think the concept of, like, designing these worlds and all of these maps, and the fact that I might not even visit one or visit all of this is so crazy. You know, it might be stuff that a side quest gives you, you know, or stuff that gets shown in cutscenes, but, like, you have to think about that from, like, the perspective of developers' work to build all of these regions, and I might just not even see any of it. It's even funnier when it's just like something like that. Like, what the fuck is what is that? You know? What's that? What's this? You know? Like, just why is that a separate portion of the map? Just unlock that when I get to that place, man. Yeah, no, so just to clarify, like I said, it's not unused. Like I said, I can do the main quest and just completely not even experience these areas. Like, I'm saying, like, oh, there can be, like, side quests and other things and stuff, obviously. So I'm not saying it's unused. I'm saying it's a lot of hard work for places that a lot of people might not even look at. Unless they're insane and they do crafting. And do we act shocked or something now? Oh. So, you're a Dark Knight. How fucking cool. I should have switched back to Dark Knight. I made a mistake. By staying a Picto. By being a painter. I should have switched to Dark. That would have been great. Dark versus Dark. So... does she still exist? So confusing. So the rest of them have become sin eaters and, you know, did this whole thing, and then Silver betrays them and she's still wandering. Alright. The explanation I need is how. Damn you, Silver. We were comrades in arms, friends. That we were, and that we are. Everything I said, everything I felt, it was all true. You mean the world to me. You're the bloody Shadow Keeper. What in the hells was this for? For you, for every one of you, to forge you into heroes worthy of her blessing, that she might choose you as her champions. A ruthless mage consumed by the pursuit of power to save his friend no matter the cost, by his sacrifice a warrior born. A mournful hunter scarred by tragedy, resolved never again to trust in others, by her sacrifice a warrior born. A disgraced knight who yearned to steal his heart in justice's name, by his sacrifice a warrior born. A troubled healer torn between tradition and love, by her sacrifice a warrior born. And their leader, an adventurer with a heart overflowing with love for his dearest comrades, who must now bring his axe to bear against his own. By his sacrifice, a warrior born. I am the villain you seek, the keeper of shadows from a world shrouded in dark. By our struggle will this world be shattered, and its souls saved. Hang on, wait. The keeper of shadows from a world shrouded in dark. So you're trying to push them to bring about the flood of light. Is she talking about this world? Silver! Whoa. He screamed so loud it took me out of the echo. Also, not a Dark Knight though, because sword and shield. Not like a... not a big boy sword. So, similar. Dark Paladin. Oath-broken Paladin. Saw it all, did you? I thought you might. Mother's gift has a knack for showing us exactly what we need to see, if not what we want to or when. They knew me as Silver, but my real name, it doesn't matter. Like you. Like you, I am not of this world. I crossed the rift and came to the first. Now that I didn't see coming. I actually didn't. I'm like, okay, are you a relative? Are you somehow Silver? How are we going to explain that? That part we could see coming. Mostly due to the dramatic, drawn-out theatrics of the event. But someone else being not of this world. Okay. Crossed the rift and came to the first. A world of dark. Did you come from the 13th as well? How'd you get here? What the fuck? Dude, hold on a second. My home, the 13th, fell to dark in a calamity that mirrored the one which nearly claimed this world. I was one of several heroes who failed to save it. Oh my... Wait, this is what happens. This is our first instance of being able to experience this. Oh my god. She's one of the... What are they called? The Memoria? She's one of the Memoria? It's a reverse curveball. It's like if you do this role quest, all of the role quests first, and then get to Endwalker, you go, holy shit, it's where Ciela's from. But then if you... You know... Then if you do Endwalker stuff and then do this later, like me... That's wild. See, remember that we were gonna almost do this. We were gonna do the role quests first and then do Endwalker patches. Crazy. Alright, alright. So we'll see how this links to patch 6.5 then. My home, the 13th, fell to dark in a calamity that mirrored the one which nearly claimed this world. Incredible. Memoriats is what I'm thinking, right? Yeah. Memoriats. Whoa! Wait a minute. Wait a minute! And we're on the moon, and it's Ascians, the boy. UNUKALHAI. Oh my god, yeah, that guy. Oh my god. Guy who would sit in the in Minfilia's office and sit there being like, yep. I have glimpsed him in your memories. He was a friend. Like him, I heeded the words of the Ascians, and that I might redress the balance, I chose to come here and hasten a rejoining of worlds. A shard subsumed by dark demands a mirror of blinding light. Primordial forces will strive to achieve equilibrium, but there was a solution. A single solution, I believed. Were a flood of light to consume this shard in its entirety, it would be of no use. The Ascians made it clear it must be brought to the brink, but no further. I'm sorry. Hey. Oh my god, this was all part of the plan. The task was difficult, but the plan simple. Souls predisposed to light, fledgling heroes in the making. But I would bring together Ardbert and his comrades and groom them for a higher purpose. I would play the part of comrade and guide their course, all the while laboring in secret to pit stronger and stronger enemies against them, until finally, once they were the warriors of light, brave and true, I would reveal myself as a warrior of darkness and extinguish their radiance forever. Thus would this world be primed for a rejoining and the source for a calamity. The Ascians, who called themselves Mitron and Logrith, were confident it would succeed, and indeed Ardbert and the others rose to the occasion, as I knew they would. It was not to be. I had misjudged Ardbert. His comrades before him had made their sacrifices in turn, and as their mirror I had grown stronger for it. Had he but embraced his role and struck me down, victory would have been mine. But Ardbert, dear Ardbert, would not forsake his heart. In the end, he chose mercy. He chose love, and I was undone. The rest you know. He sought out Mitron and Logrith and granted them what he refused me. They accomplished everything they set out to achieve. And then the flood came and washed it away. In the wake of my betrayal, I would look on from the shadows and reflect on my many sins as all fell to ruin. Denied death, then and now and perhaps ever after, as a fragment of my essence endures. So, literally denied death. But then, one day, years ago, my fallen comrades rose again as the cardinal virtues. It coincided with the arrival of the first scions, I later realized, a defense against the forces being marshaled to undo my failure. I can but assume the Ascians planted the idea in Vorthri's head. They were his creations, after all, and with their graves in Yulmoran territory, it was doubtless a simple matter to have their bodies exhumed and prepared. Who am I to speak, you may think when I say this, but when I saw these abominations he had wrought in their image, I was filled with such despair, such anger. I cannot unwrite the past. My soul is stained with blackest sin, and I will not pretend that it can ever be otherwise. But this act, this I could not ignore. If the Ascians were going to such lengths, then surely others would cross the rift in due time. And so I hatched a plan. I would assume the guise of Ciela, and as her, take up residence in the Crystarium, where I would take measures to bring together the most ambitious of adventurers, individuals driven by more than mere coin, virtue hunters. That way, when the enemy the Ascians feared more than any came to the first, the stage would be set. They would join in the hunters' quests, and together unmake Vorthri's simulacra and lay their souls to rest once more. And so you did, Omega. The virtues are no more, but the one ultimately responsible for their creation, the devil who set them on their doomed path, lingers still. You know all there is to know of the heroes who saved this world. The truth I kept hidden in the shadows is yours, and there are no more secrets to share. And so I ask you now, grant me that which Ardbert could not. Death. You still have a duty to others. No, don't do this. Don't you spare me like he did. How can you stand there and say I deserve to live, knowing everything I did, the lives I destroyed, the chaos I wrought? The Warden's pale in comparison. Surely there is no greater villain than the Shadowkeeper? Surely there is no greater villain than me, the Shadowkeeper. Which is why you must live to atone for your deeds. I should have expected a hero would say something like that. How does one even seek atonement? It is an undiscovered country with no charts or stars to guide. How will I even know when I find it? Perhaps I may yet find purpose in preserving my comrade's legacy, and helping others to understand the sacrifices that made them true heroes. For now, I shall return to the Crystarium and continue to assist Glenard, while spreading the forgotten tales of the Warriors of Light. You would have been good friends, you and Ardbert, in another life. Maybe you and I as well. No way. So she's like, leads me on this whole thing, dramatically reveals herself as the Shadowkeeper, wishes for death. I say, lady, do you see what I look like? You think I'm in a killing mood right now? And then she goes, I guess I'll go back to work. I've got a shift at the tavern at 8. There's been, like, whenever the game does something really cool, like looping in a lot of other lore, the only downside to that is how long I've been playing this game and some holes in my memory, where I go, oh man, you're gonna name drop that guy who was introduced so long ago. And it's like when we were doing that other quest line that was like brought in a Realm Reborn people, and I'm like, who are you guys? Because it's just so hard to remember, honestly. And she just dresses out of her, you know, dark armor and goes to work at the tavern. Let me scroll up on the chat while I've been in this cutscene. As Emmett Selk in Shadowbringers, they fucked up majorly in the 13th because it was their first try at this rejoining stuff. Yeah, that's true. That's how they learned as to be left on the brink. Did you ever do UNUKALHAI's Heavensward Extreme Trial quests? I don't know. I don't think so. Have I done any extreme trials that aren't like running through them for mounts? I don't know if I've done that. I'll need a refresher. I need a personal lore keeper for my own experience on the journey, because there's just so much. Fire in the Head, hello, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining this stream. Heavensward Trials, Containment Bay. I've not done them synced. These ones? Oh yeah. The Warring Triad. Right, yeah, we did the Warring Triad. Sephiroth. Sophia. Zervan. We've done these synced. We've done these synced, haven't we? We did these normally, did we not? Oh, it's the extreme ones that we haven't done. Synced. We might have done those. Yeah, we might have done those unsynced for like rewards and in the journal. I have them. We've done them. Preserved upon the elegant tombstone you received from UNUKALHAI was an extraordinary history, a detailed record of the battles fought between the Icon, Sephiroth, and the armies of Alag. After feeding the account of this epic conflict into Azislav's verification systems, you have succeeded in activating what the node describes as a combat simulation. How does... They do have different descriptions. What was the last story stuff that we did with UNUKALHAI then? Because that, yeah, like that was a while ago. That was a while ago. Yeah, a lot of people would have been coming through on this journey in regards to Stormblood, because we picked up Heavensward like halfway through and kept going, and then we've had that momentum ever since. Damn. Okay, so the last time we saw the UNUKALHAI stuff was just Heavensward. Oh my god. And so then the next time he gets mentioned 2 expansions later, not in the role quests themselves, but in an optional, completely missable bartender who then gives you a follow-up quest line, and then you get the reveal of Ciela. What the hell? This game is so good at giving you peak lore world building hidden behind a yellow quest right after you've finished doing role quests. And you go, cool, that's done, I'm out of here. So much missing stuff. I tell you, I'm not at all accustomed to wearing armor any longer. Simply moving about in it is enough to tax my strength, and fighting, any one of Captain Lena's recruits could probably put me flat on my back. Fortunately, I needn't rely on my sword to spread the truth of my fallen comrades' deeds. Only words and the passage of time will see their legacy redeemed in the eyes of the people. Thank you for accompanying me on my journey of remembrance. May your deeds ever be remembered and celebrated, as all heroes deserve. Alrighty. Alrighty. So, now she can redeem herself. Also, sorry, there was a question asked before this, was... Do I happen to remember how the Shadowkeeper looked like in Eden? The giant wolf had that sword, and its shadow was an elf. So the Shadowkeeper... What that... Is this our first... Is this our first proper look at the Shadowkeeper? And then the Shadowkeeper shows up again in the Eden raids? Shadowkeeper was big dog. Right? Big dog with a bunch of eyes. What's the implications of that? Yeah, man. Okay. Okay. Alright, Yoshi P. Safekeeping. Sayala appears surprised, though not displeased, to see you. Our second follow-up quest. If it isn't Omega, loitering about the stairs just like any old day. And here I was worried that you'd gone back to your world for good, and I was too late. It's just that I've been thinking about the crystals belonging to the Warriors of Light. I hear they ended up with you. After you lot defeated the Virtues, I assume you have Ardberts as well? Indeed, that does seem appropriate. His bond with Seto is deep and enduring. Oh yes, he gave it... Yes. He gave the crystal to the big bird. As for the others, I had hoped you might be persuaded to leave them in my care. Can I trust you? It was only right that they, like Ardbert, should accompany you on your journey to set this world back on its proper course. Yet you now have a home you must return to, while the first is theirs. After all they did to keep it safe, they deserve to be here to see what its future holds. Shall we summon the ghost of Ardbert and ask him? Oh, don't make that face. I know it's a big decision, but it needn't fall entirely to you. There are others here who care for the Warriors of Light as much as you do, aren't they? Speak with Giot. We're speaking with our group. Hey, Giot, I'm a painter now. Now that's some damn fine ale. How many should I order for you? I know you ain't much of a drinker, so... Six. 7. What? You want to help design the fate of Lamet's crystal? And the others too? Does this place have any bigger tankards? Well, if you insist, Lou Rico's me drinks. Plural! so I'll make sure he joins us. Maybe find Granson while I'm at it. You go on and wait with Serig and Tina. Order around while I'm out, you hear? The meme has, like, penetrated through so much of, like, people's minds that anything in the past that now just has any mention of those numbers together in, like, 6-7 has, become some form of Nostradamus, they predicted the future element. There's one in particular that's actually my favorite. Because I don't like the meme, okay? Because I think it's just, it really is just terrible, dude. It really is just terrible. But it's this generation's 21, so we just gotta let them have it, you know what I mean? You just gotta let them have it. But there's one in particular, and maybe I'll be able to find it. And if I can, we get to play it. If not, then I move on with my life. It's just one of those things that took over the world, you know what I'm saying? I'm probably not going to be able to find what I'm looking for here, which is a little sad, because it's pretty funny. It is like one of those funny instances. It might even, this one that I like, might actually even be edited. Now that I think about it, it may be edited. But there's only one way to find out. We'll have to play the scene. Okay, it's edited, which is fine. Max Payne asks a guy for a door code. He's like a janitor and he's singing a song. And he says the code, but he says the code is 667 because it's next to 666, the number of the beast. But the edit that I saw removes one of the sixes, so it only says that one. It only just says that together. Terrible. But yeah, saying 6 and 7 is genuinely such a common number thing. So now it's just retroactively changed the whole thing. Good to see you, Omega. What did you say that has Giot so worked up? The crystals, huh? That does sound like a conversation worth getting everyone together for. Did Lurik really promise to pay for Giot's drinks? That's a disaster in the making. Not just hers, rounds for the lot of us. Might be that the lad yet has a few things to learn about coin and the scarcity thereof. Still, I'll not turn down his generosity. Go and tell the barkeep we'll be needing food and ale for the table. Fine, but please try and exercise some restraint. I'll not carry you back to the room again. I haven't seen these two in a long while. as they went off and did their own thing. Here we are. How much of a head start did you get? Should I ask him to bring out the cask? I reckon we should hear Omega out first. I always go, old Mobius jump scare. I just associate that haircut with Mobius. So, you're telling me that the barmaid was one of Nilbert's companions, not to mention the Shadow Keeper, and from a different world. That's landed on a bit thick. She just looks like a pretty little barmaid to me. What do you mean she's the Shadow Keeper? It certainly raises questions. Quite, such as how she retains her youthful visage. Not that. I had my suspicions about her. The other night I was at the counter, quaffing my ale, having a grand time, and next I realise I'm outside without a guild of my name. And it ain't the first time. It could only be the power of the Shadow Keeper. And not that you drink enough to fell a small army. If Omega says it's true, I'm inclined to believe it, which leaves us with the matter of entrusting the crystals to her. She's right that this was Brandon's home, the others too, and it's home to their most important memories. Not all of them good, maybe, but everyone they loved is laid to rest here. I agree. Nilbert belongs here. Arbert's crystal is with Seto in this world. Lamet would want to be near. Brenda Ray as well, I think. She'd want to be with her friends, in the place that she loved. Yeah, and I guess that Brendan guy is cool too. It seems we all agree. A toast then to the Warriors of Light! To the Warriors of Light! Drink up, I'm paying, and as bounty hunters I expect you all to take proper advantage of that. I hate to disappoint, but I'm not much for alcohol. This juice looks nice, though. Grandson is a sober tank. Oh, no, why is he... Oh, that's not... What in the Mandeville are we watching right now? What did he just drink? Ah, fuck, that was Gios's, fucking piss mug. This being in, like, broad daylight as well is so funny. Just day drinking. How did you manage this? Twice the mess in half the time as normal patrons, I swear. I overheard your conversation, by the way. Do you agree with your friends? I overheard your conversation, by the way. I was all the way over the other side of the room, but have you seen the size of these things? These crystals are yours. Story Keeper. Yeah! That's our new nickname for you, by the way. Their legacies are safe with me, you have my word. Thank you. I can feel them. They're memories. Why? Why, damn it? You're all just like Ardbert. I betrayed you, I manipulated you, and still... You thought of me as a comrade, a friend, until the very end. I gotta get out of this outfit, man. It's unbecoming of my nature. I forget myself. We can't be cutting back and forth to the clown, man. And it's not even the job, because I changed myself into a clown before we even picked up the quest. Get me out of this. We finally managed to clean up after you lot for the most part. Perhaps next time we should set down a tarpaulin. Nevertheless, I'm grateful to you for entrusting these to me, and as long as I live, I will never stop sharing the true tale of the Warriors of Light, of my friends. Well, it was nice of her to not take us, like, all the way around the world. It's a good little, maybe I should change the job right before completing the quest to get XP for a job, but it's not that serious. It's definitely not that serious anymore. 3,000. Also, this is, like, there was 2 follow-up quests. This is just a normal side quest now. It doesn't even have the symbol or an image. As we progress, they continue to downgrade the severity of the... Actually, that's another curiosity, is when we pick up the quest from the bartender, it's just this normal type of quest. It doesn't even have, like, the role quest symbol. You'd think having the role quest symbol would make it stand out a little bit more as well. Sayela is not finished with you yet. Here's 3,000 gil and a very, very optional quest. Seeing a lot of you together like that, it reminds me of the old days. Ardbert and the rest, drinking and bickering and laughing, drove each other half mad at times, but there was never any question of who'd be there when times got tough. Can't help but wonder, can I? If I had had companions like that back home, could it have been saved? I'm not the only one who tried, though each of us stood alone. There was UNUKALHAI. That nigh unpronounceable name sounds familiar. Another would-be savior of the 13th. A young man. He was plucked from the jaws of death by Elidibus, and last I knew had gone to the source to serve as his herald. We spoke once, after the destruction of our world. If the others could be saved, we thought we yet had parts to play. What he's up to now that Elidibus is gone, though, I have no idea. Has he found himself a new role, as I have, or does he feel as adrift as we were back then? If you encounter him in the source, I ask that you help him find a way forward, just as you have helped all of us here. Wow. Holy shit. Shadowbringer's saying, we gotta go back to that guy because we ain't seen him in so long. So, UNUKALHAI is also from the 13th. And I assume that this must be the fact that this information was given to me so long ago that I just forget, because it's been so long that by the time that the 13th comes up again, I'm like, huh? I had a much higher chance of remembering Sayela from the 13th because this is all closer together than my Heaven's Ward journey, which was much longer. Did UNUKALHAI reveal himself as someone that came from the 13th, or we learned about it? When did he tell us this? And he's just been sitting here the whole time with the mask on. He told you after the last of the Triad was defeated. So bizarre. There he is. Well met, Omega. What brings you here today? It's been so long, my guy. We met someone else from the 13th in the source. I mean, in the first. Urianger did apprise me of your travels in the first and of what became of Elidibus at long last. But I was not aware that you were working with Silver. I consider her a comrade of sorts, though our time together was short. Looking upon the twisted remains of the world you tried to save creates a bond that few can understand. At the time, we spoke of what we could hope to achieve with our newfound immortality and of our regrets. Though I then believed what had happened to be the natural result of my age and inexperience, I now think this was merely the least painful explanation I could offer myself. Silver is right. We ought to have sought each other out before it was too late. I would not make the same mistake again. With the warring Triad gone, I am indeed in need of a new purpose, but to seek it alone is folly. I should like to speak with Silver, assuming such a thing is possible. As I mentioned, she understands how I feel more than any other. Of course. All I require is your soul. Yeah. Throw wide the gates? You speak of the spirit vessel, correct? The means by which the Scions return to the source. If I understand the principles at work correctly, then it was a near miracle that you succeeded in bringing them back without killing them. If Elidibus is to be believed, however, my current state makes me something of an exception in matters of life and death. In which case, there is naught to be lost from making the attempt. Please say you'll help. Hey, I'm kind of an in-between guy there, so just kind of throw me to the winds and see what happens. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. What you want me to do? All I know is throw wide the gates and then let me call someone. I need to phone a friend. Crystal Exarch? Graha, sir? You remember the soul crystal transfer thing? Is it Graha? Oh, no? Okay. I must have dialed the wrong number in my phone, called you Urianger instead. Pray forgive the delay. Thou didst seek my counsel. Yeah, Crystal Man. We want to put a crystal in a man and throw him to the first. The gifts granted young UNUKALHAI by Hydaelyn and the Ascians may prove a boon in easing the transition. However, I know not to what extent, nor what might befall thy spirit should it be lost betwixt worlds. Nevertheless, I know that this is my path forward. Please, Urianger. We are putting a crystal in a man. I said what I said. I said what I said. I chose the words to say, and I said them. Very well. If thou believest that thou shalt find new purpose in the first, I will do all in my power to see thee safely there. We shall be but a few moments. Mayhap a worthy tome might keep thee occupied whilst I perform the necessary magics. Alright, decent spot, it says. Just waiting. We can't be talking about no flared bases, chat. You're all banned. Mecha Mayor, how could you? 'Tis done. Pray guard his vessel well. UNUKALHAI is as I and the other Scions were on the first, a soul with form, yet no true body. Thus 'twas a simple matter to transfer him to the vessel using the self-same process as before. To withdraw his essence once across the rift ought to prove similarly straightforward, however. I fear that such an existence cannot sustain itself indefinitely. Look to the Asians' example. Their persistent use of flesh and blood vessels surely hath cause. Be it danger akin to that which have befallen us had we not returned to the source, I know not, but the time may come when the boy requireth a fully corporeal form. Should this come to pass, I trust that thou shalt come to his aid. For the moment, however, thou needest only convey the spirit vessel to Beck-Luck. Farewell, both of thee. We're taking someone over to the first. An exception to the rule of people not being able to just freely travel. Meanwhile, Ishtola is trying to figure out how to do that right now. She's like, how can we just kind of pop in and out of other places and get back there? Time to go to the Cabinet of Curiosity. Yeah, to kick UNUKALHAI out of the Rising Stones takes quite a while, doesn't it, to do all of that? Which is pretty funny. Pretty insane follow-up, to be honest with you. It's the stuff that I do think is really cool of doing the optional stuff, is they're like, yeah, hey, we didn't actually forget about this character. Yeah, they're not in the main quest anymore. Yeah, they might have moved house, and by house, I mean world. Hey, Morin, in the Speak About Ardbert and his companions, you got anything on the mysterious sixth member? Back again, are you? I'm flattered that you've grown so fond of Norvrant. Or I would be, but you have that expression you lot always wear when you're about to ask me for something. Yeah, got a spirit vessel. Got a man in a crystal. Specifically man in a crystal, not crystal in a man. No flared bases involved. You did what? After all the perils your friends faced and the labors we undertook to return them to your world, you've brought another soul across the rift. Have you no common sense? It's fine. Just work your magics, whichever. There had better be a very compelling reason for all of this, whelp. Removing spirit from vessel will be easy enough, I suppose. However, it requires a few moments without your breathing down my neck. Also, your friend is unlikely to materialize with clothes on, so I doubt they'll want an audience. You should wait here, perhaps take the opportunity for some self-reflection. Oh, very well. At least I tried. We'll find you at the Wandering Stairs directly then. Imagine I hadn't done the extreme trials and I needed to then go and kick that off and start all of that and do the Warring Triad at this point. I'd have to end the stream and say, alright, next stream we have to do the Warring Triad, and then I'll finish the rest of these follow-up quests, and then we'll never do 6.5. Thankfully, I'd done the thing. So we're good to go. I'm not going back to that crystal. I accidentally ran past it, and I will live with my mistake. As I will get to a new one. Yeah, I imagine that's how it probably could have ended up for quite a few people. That's the thing about optional content. When they want to do follow-ups with characters involved in optional content, they have to be like, well, have you done the previous optional content? You want me to speak with someone? Very well, you've done the same at my request often enough. Yeah, we got someone you might want to see. long are we meant to wait for this friend of yours? I do have work to do, you know. Ah, here you are. Pardon the delay. It took some time to acquire robes of an appropriate size. Is this them? Fit check. The rule of coming to the first is you get an outfit upgrade. Silver. What? UNUKALHAI. Indeed, it is I. Trust me, I can hardly believe that I'm here myself. I should think so. When I sent Omega to ask after you, it never occurred to me that you might be able to cross the rift without Ascian aid. No mysterious mask? My choices and my reasons are my own now. If I am to have faith in them, in myself, I cannot hide who I am. Speaking of which, UNUKALHAI was kind enough to fill me in, unlike some, and I was interested to hear of an erstwhile hero of the 13th serving libations at the Wandering Stairs, but that this hero should be you surpasses the scope of even my considerable imaginings. Was that you at Gruen's Licht so long ago? That's how that's pronounced, by the way. Not so long to me, or you, mayhap, though I had thought I might at last put those days behind me. But perhaps this is for the best. They're not all bad memories. They never are. I should very much like to hear your story, should you be willing to share it. Our world, unlike this one, had its share of would-be heroes, myself and UNUKALHAI among them. Unlike your warriors of light, however, each was unaware of or unconcerned with our fellows. But to fight alone is to fall alone, and the insidious ether of the aura sight used to seal primals corrupted once noble souls and turned them, one by one, to darkness. Even those who resisted this fate could not escape its consequences. No surprise, perhaps, as we continued to struggle in solitude. We were spared by Ascian machinations, but only as our world met its death. But what if that death could be undone? I was told that much of the first was consumed by light, as our home was by darkness. Yet balance and life are being restored to even that scoured land they call the empty. Eden Raid acknowledgement. If such a thing is possible, then why not the reverse? Could we not bring light back to the 13th? Hey. Even the Ascians considered the 13th lost, thus was it excluded from the rejoining. But what say you? You have a way of making miracles happen. Hey, why don't you come back and talk to me in, where are we? We're at 5 point something right now. Let me check my watch here. 6.0, 6.1, 2, 3, 4. I got 6.5 coming up. Ishtola from the future may be thinking about it. Maybe trying to figure out if we can actually get some light over there. I don't know. Been fighting a couple of guys. They got Italian names. There was some form of wind woman at some point as well, if I recall correctly. Pretty crazy. The fact that this is Shadowbringer's role quest, then an optional follow-up quest, then an even more optional, not even role quest, symbol quest, that then needs you to have done the Heavensward Extreme Trials with UNUKALHAI, so then you can take this man, send him to another world, and then posit the theory and question of, hey, what about our world? Can it be restored? And then I have to look at the camera with my future knowledge and say, maybe one day, kid. Crazy. And to think, a whole expansion later, waiting to get back into the patches, they follow up on this little question. And now I see why this is a recommendation to do before patch 6.5. The role quests are quite important, aren't they? We gotta do those Endwalker ones. The remaining ones, anyway, as well. Anything is possible, we say. That doesn't sound like an empty platitude coming from you. It was the same with Ardbert. Pardon the interruption, but might I suggest a closer examination of conditions on the 13th before we form any conclusions? Ah, yeah, well, about that, that's really funny. We could use the Crystal Tower to open a Void Gate, couldn't we, please? This is such funny conversation to have, because I think what's really interesting in the context of doing Final Fantasy XIV content out of order is you do have to, compartmentalize it in your head that I am doing this in the past, in terms of, like, my character's, like, chronological adventure. I'm not doing this after going through Endwalker. I'm doing this before it. I'm just experiencing it after, in a past self. Does that make sense? Yes, it does. We could use the Crystal Tower to open a Void Gate, couldn't we, please? Rods at Han? Treasure Vault? Estinian doing push-ups sweaty and naked? What are you talking about? None of those things have happened. And will never happen. They'll never put sweat on Estinian's upper body in a cutscene. Have you lost your head? The Crystal Tower is not a toy, and you are not to use it to unleash great and terrible void set upon this world. According to the records, there was a group who worked out how to open small void gates, through which to summon minor fell beasts and the like. Magics of that nature should work, though I am unsure if any with knowledge of the original technique yet live. Ah, there's one right over there. How fortunate! Let us inquire with this Tainer immediately. Yes, you do that. In the meantime, I will ready a means for peering into the depths of the void without endangering ourselves. Use these to contact me when you're prepared to open the gate. What are we doing? What are we doing right now? This is so funny. We shall at the very first opportunity, I promise. Man, Ishtola's going to be real mad with me when, in the future, when we try and open a void gate and I say, man, I've tried this before, by the way. You weren't there, though. He hasn't really aged a day, not that it should surprise me, of all people. Or neither of you. What a fascinating place to spend one's days. I should love to hear more about the patrons that have passed through. What a crazy little quest line that has no importance whatsoever. They're the only denizens of the 13th that don't have wacky Italian names. You sure about that? UNUKALHAI and Ciela. Ciela is not my real name. Silva, but it's also not my real name. It could be anything. See? UNUKALHAI is the most Italian name that there ever has been. It's always a pleasure, Omega. Aye, but who's your friend? I don't believe we've met. We have not, as I'm not from this world. The situation is rather complicated, but I hope that you might be willing to assist me. So anyway, let's explain. I'm a man from a crystal. Yeah. Can you open a void gate? We promise we won't summon Diablos. We've had such a run with the void, haven't we? You know, you do the Diablos stuff in the dungeons, and then in the Heaven's Ward Alliance raid stuff, and then you go into the just like it's all been leading to this. All of these little breadcrumbs in all of these expansions, in all of these little missions, just so we can go to the 13th. It is true that we had the means to open such portals. We call them hollows, and it was through one of these that I was drawn into the rift. So it is possible. Not with my power alone. I understand the greatness of your need, and were Nilbert still at my side, I should be glad to make the attempt, but the technique required the combined force of our energies in resonance. If one person's magics are insufficient, perhaps I could assist. From what I can sense, our ethereal reserves are roughly equivalent, and our physical similarities suggest that our energies are not incompatible. That's very convenient. I fear you underestimate the difficulty of the task. Nilbert and I were born for this, and even so, it took us years before our efforts were perfectly in step. I realize that it's a lot to ask considering we've just met, but could we not at least attempt it? Yours is the only such magic I've ever heard of, and if we might actually be able to save my home. May I interject? You will recall that the crystals in my possession preserve the memories of the former Warriors of Light, including Nilbert's in ethereal form. And UNUKALHAI here has a particular talent for interpreting the minds and motives of ethereal beings, the primals. If I could apply the same principles to interpret Nilbert's crystal, an experiment worth trying at the least. I'll fetch it. Speak to me, Nilbert, whose memories of training with Taina remain. They do, and such strong sentiment with them. Taina, you should know that Nilbert desired nothing so much as to rescue you, his dearest friend. He held so fiercely to his memories of the technique you mastered together because he hoped they might be your salvation. We know that. We heard his little memory. We heard it. Oh, Nilbert, I won't let them go to waste. I will do what I can to help see the 13th restored. Thank you. I won't pretend I understand the half of what's going on here. Just keep them from running headlong into anything too dangerous, will you? Nothing to worry about so long as you're around, I'm sure. Wicked White, I nearly forgot. I have half a dozen orders to fill. You know where to find me when you've made progress with the gate. She's like, I'm still on the clock right now. The hero's journey complete. No worries, Living Sun. Thank you so much for tuning in. This definitely turned out to be a different stream than what I had in mind. The fact that it was, we'll get a Pictomancer, we'll do a little role quest, and then we'll just do all of 6.5, right? And 5 hours and 20 minutes later, one step closer. I'm just gonna grab a drink, so I'll be right back a second. Give me a moment. sprinting around the house right now. My house is burning down, and they're having a great time, and I'm here. If you have no objection, Taina, I would like to practice creating hollows as soon as possible. Of course, but not within the Crystarium. If we succeed in opening even the smallest window into that realm, it is likely that fell creatures will emerge. Follow me. This is this quest line. Obviously, I can't really speak on it until we've finished, you know. So I actually will know where this ends. But I will say, I'm almost getting like retroactively annoyed that we find ourselves in another situation where it's like optional content that does have some pretty significant relevance to future main story stuff, just like not being a part of it. It just feels so wild to me that we're currently pursuing a quest line of trying to open a gate into the 13th in Shadowbringers, and I had no idea. Like, I can only assume this ends in some form of, oh, well, that was a bad idea, we won't do that, you know. I guess we'll see. Assuming no one ventures near, this location should be suitable. UNUKALHAI, when I give the word, begin channeling your ether. Neilbert's memories will have told you as much, but it is imperative that you maintain focus on ethereal resonance throughout this process. With that in mind, Omega, I ask that you take care of any creatures that emerge from the hollow. They should not be of a strength to challenge you, and it will allow us to adjust our attunement without risk. Then let us begin. Oh yeah, 14 absolutely is very rewarding to do the optional stuff. Come on, flow where I tell you to. Let me attempt to match your focus. Oh, it opened. It's small, but enough to let something through. Be ready, Omega. I got really confused for a second. So the combat music decides not to continue because I'm not in the combat zone. It just cuts to piano. Do you guys hear any electric guitar at any point there? Why is it not playing? It's not even playing combat music. There isn't even any combat music to be had. Sure. It's been quite a while since I opened a gate between worlds like this, but there are some things we never forget, aren't there? Do I have it turned off? I shouldn't have. Have I accidentally turned it off? Oh, is it enable normal battle music? When did we turn that off? Did I turn that off intentionally? I don't remember turning that off. Oh, actually, I might remember. Maybe we did a stream where I think it was just like the music was so good, but then it just kept going into combat music. And I feel like maybe that happened. Oh no, I remember what happened. It was because everyone in my party was getting into fights. I was doing the story, and people in my party were running off and getting into fights, and I turned it off. And then nobody ever reminds me to turn it back on, and then I forget, and we've been doing streams with no normal battle music. There you go. That's the answer to your question. And there we go. I was like, did I turn that off? Yes. I did, actually. That was Far too much effort for such a small gate. On the contrary, given this was your first attempt, it's incredible that we succeeded at all. Now try synchronizing your breath with mine. Focus on the rhythm of the ethereal flow. Alright, I'm ready. So you know how in the Eden raids, which actually got referenced here, we have, you know, Rin and Gaia. Boy version. We gotta introduce UNUKALHAI and Tena to Gaia and Rin. They can all hang out. Open the gate. Ah, a larger hollow. Of course, the void scent may be proportionately stronger. And it's going to be with actual battle music this time. Or not. I did enable it. Is that you? What's his name? What's the name of the... I know it's not the exact same one. There was the sad guy that absorbed the soul of his friend. That was the exact same character model. How'd you get in here? Farfarello, yeah. Farfarello. Farfarello, is that you? So, I guess I should clarify. Chat. Just, let's rein it in, because, I was saying a boy version of Gaia and Rin in the sense that it's like, just like two guys hanging out. I don't know how old this guy is. I'm pretty sure this guy's still a child. I don't think he had anything to drink in the pub. I don't know how old this guy is. This guy, I think, is like 6 million years old. I don't understand if this is an age gap friendship, right? I meant it more as like just a pairing of individuals from across worlds, man. Where your breath ends, mine begins. Where your ether flows, mine follows. Together. It's just the fact that this dude has like Rin's hair color, but it's in all black. So my brain is like, it's like this weird mix of Rin and Gaia, which is very funny. But like, he was a boy, and then he was pulled into a void, and then he was just kind of time displaced for like 100 years. But he wasn't in there for 100 years. He's not 100 years old. He's still exactly the same. He just got pulled forward in time. They call that an old soul. But, yeah. Unbelievable. Full attunement so soon. UNUKALHAI is just talented. Be ready, Omega. Who's coming through the gate now? Man, look at the preview of these lovely creatures. Why does the battle music have to stop? So funny. It just ends up bringing Barbaricia through the void. She's like, hello, boys. It's me, Barbaricia. Right. We went a little too hard on that one void scent. I think I've grasped the principle now. I only need to remember the feeling for next time. I almost feel as if I do remember it. Your ether is familiar somehow, but that's impossible, of course. What are you getting at? What are you getting at? What are you getting at? Your ether is familiar, of course. Oh, actually, this would make a cool bit of sense, because each of the worlds having their own warriors, right? And each of them being reflections. And we have Neilbert that becomes one of the warriors of light and is like black mage. And then UNUKALHAI being from the 13th could be like Neilbert's like kind of black mage reflection thing. That's why it happens so quick. That's why there's this like very quick etheric attunement, and he understands the whole situation. And the ether is familiar. Like talking to an old friend. Yes, that's what it's like. I'm picking up what they're putting down. I feel like that kind of makes sense. A bounty of hunters. And we get the picture. And like this is funny as well, because like this is 6 characters as well. That you almost have a brand new Warriors of Light group through these role quests. UNUKALHAI's success with Tina has only made him more eager to proceed. Now that Tina and I are capable of performing the necessary magics, I should like to make an attempt at investigating conditions on the 13th. Might I trouble you to contact Beck Lug? Yes, hey. Omega! Are you there? I hope you've not lost focus on the void problem. I have an exciting breakthrough to share. A work of Porksy-related genius, if I do say so myself. Beck Lug, excellent timing. We've made considerable progress as well, and we're ready to open a portal when you are. Well then, what say you meet me at Luxon Loft forthwith? It's far enough from any major aetherites as to avoid any sort of aetherial interference that would be a hindrance to our observation of the void. Very well. We will see you at this Luxon Loft anon, or as soon as I can locate it. And also we gave Tina a link pearl. He just has one now. Off screen, you don't need to know about it, he just has one. I'll lead the way. I too am eager to be one step nearer to our goal. You don't mind if I think of it as our goal, do you? I would be honored. Thank you, Tina. What if it's just... What if UNUKALHAI could even just be a straight, like... I don't know about saying that he's like a straight reflection of Tina himself. I feel like it could be more Neilbert, but they also have the same eye color. They do have the same eye color. Hey look, it's the side quest that goes up to this location on the map that I hadn't been to yet. It is relevant. Whoa, we're going up here after all. Yeah, I do think it's really cool, this element of like looking at reflections in these worlds and then trying to see, you know, which characters could potentially be like resurrected, like reincarnated, reborn through these worlds, and how they can connect with each other. It's fun to think about with their familiar little ether. It appears Beck Lug is yet to arrive. Patience, UNUKALHAI. UNUKALHAI is going to hit us with like the... like, what's his name? Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine in Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, where he says Tom Morello, and he puts his name, and then he reforms it, and it says, and he, Voldemort. UNUKALHAI is going to do that with his name, and it's going to spell out Sephiroth. I hope you weren't waiting too long. What, you didn't think I'd want to see this for myself? The 13th was my home too, if you recall. Quite. Though, as I explained, we won't be the ones doing the seeing. Strictly speaking, this familiar will gather all the information we need, assuming you two can create a hollow for it to pass through. Yeah, you guys didn't remember when Tom Morello showed up in the Chamber of Secrets? And he said to Voldemort, he said, "Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me!" And then he became Voldemort. That will do nicely. Now fly, my Porksy! Fly! So we're sending our little Porksy through. I feel so bad for this little guy because Endwalker, no talisman. We know that talismans are a thing that we need, right? When we went in. And we know that Ishtola, Burning Bubble, Boiling Trouble, here are my little Aqua Bubble Water guys, right? And one got the talisman and one didn't. And rest in peace, this Porksy, I reckon. This is the curse of having future knowledge of our void travels already. That I'm like, we did not prepare for this. It's very funny to like play through this quest in hindsight, after having gone through the patches. Well, it's made it in, and something is coming out. Oh yeah, that's the one. Water, water, froth and foam. It's one of these again. I always forget, like, these ones look fucking scary. My, that is an ugly one, isn't it? Yeah, this is the fucking creepy one, man. The music could stay if it wanted to. There's no reason why I can't stay. Alright, in I go. We've already come further than I dared hope. I'm truly fortunate to have found Taina. As I expected, these creatures hardly pose a challenge to you. Maybe don't tell Serig about how large and horrible that one was. Those two have really taken to each other, haven't they? I suppose they are of a similar age, in some ways, at any rate. They're similar. One's a million, one's, you know, not a million. Thank you for clearing that up. The Porksy ought to be back any moment now, though I can't sense it. Odd. Yeah, I wonder if it got eaten. Perhaps it's lost. If Omega created an etheric beacon as he did for me, it might find its way back more easily. That may work. Give it a go. Hey guys, crazy thought. Just between the five of us, like, crazy thought. What if on the other side of this, like, hollow, right, into the 13th, what if there was like some crazy dragon that had been like left in there for like so long, right? And like, what if it was like a sibling to another dragon here that was like yearning to return and like reunite with a dragon sibling? That would be so crazy if that was like in there, man. Like, wouldn't that be unreal? Like, just think, there could be anything in there, like Italian named entities, and that guy in big armor and stuff. You know, man, that would be so wild. Oh, and imagine if there was like a base in the moon, like it was like the hollowed out place where Zodiac was. Oh, you guys don't know about Zodiac? Okay, so on the moon, right? There's a bunch of bunny rabbits, right? And there's a big guy called Zodiac. We keep him in there in a little prison cell. Each reflection has a little version of that, split up into pieces, by the way. Heidelin, aka Vanar, back in this place called Elpis, by the way, way back in time, there's this character called Hermes, Medion, Despair, Blasphemies, You guys are gonna love the future. The Endwalker lore drop just goes crazy. Because you're like, what do you mean bunny rabbits on the moon? And blasphemies. And everything else that happens. Ever. I didn't even fucking speak about that asshole that I don't like. And his name will not be mentioned. Just asshole Asians. I spoiled every patch though, just everything. Oh man. Keep at it. The edge of existence? Nah, surely not. That would never happen. Aha, a distinctly Porksy-like presence. I see the snout! No, you can't say his name. I said Fandaniel, the name that must not be spoken. I didn't even mention Fandaniel in any of that, or Anima, or Xenos. There we are. Now close that hollow before anything follows. I can't believe that the Porksy is here. How do you explain Xenos in an easy way? Guy who gets... got real quiet for a second as I was about to speak there and say these words. Xenos, you explain him as a guy who's really horny for you specifically. Because of the way you swing that thing. And by thing, I mean sword. I believe it has performed its task thoroughly as instructed. Good Porksy. With luck, its observations may indeed lead us to means of driving the darkness from the 13th. Spoilers. Maybe? Who fucking knows? The fact that this is side quest does have me feeling like I don't expect us to go here and go, oh, let's check in with this group, right? In terms of driving the darkness from the 13th. But I do think that obviously we now have a lot more like context about some things. I mean, let's see. Let's see if the game surprises me. It'll pop up on screen in the most optional content. They'll make a reference to this, and then on screen it'll pop up. This content can be experienced in... If you miss this, this is when it happened. I believe it has performed its task thoroughly. However, I will need to review its findings in detail before I can tell you more, and it could take... It could take years to deduce a suitable solution. Ah, that explains it. That explains it. Ah, that was so good that we threw a pig in a hole and said, I wonder what we'll find out. Anyway, my estimates put us at 27,000 years before we get answers. I admit that I am impatient to find a way forward, but I have endured millennia with half as much hope as I have now. If I must wait, then that is what I shall do. Like Omega and your warriors of light, I will persevere until my world is safe once more. That is what a hero does. You know what, chat? I've come to hate this theme in particular. And that is a joke, but I have come to hate this theme in particular. Because this is the music that plays when it says, hey, it's time to take a break. That real interesting thing that you were on the precipice of figuring out and understanding, we're not going to do it. Come back later. It's the, hey, you've worked really hard, man. Go to bed. That's
It's the theme. That is, we've reached the end. We've reached the end of the content. Now, get out of here, buddy. Go do something else. I think you'll make a good one. You as well. If that's the end of the excitement for the time being, we should head back to the Wandering Stairs. Clear out that pall of anxiety Sarah is spreading all over the place. The music that plays when you go, we have truly done so much, and all together we've done these things. But with that being said, I'm tired, and you should get some rest too, Omega. You've worked so hard. And I say, put me back in, coach. Throw me into the void next. I'll see what's there. Genuinely sitting in front of a bunch of Shadowbringers characters and lore-dropping Endwalker in the most nonsense abridged way possible really does highlight how crazy Endwalker just even is. And just what's included in there, because it's like, oh, and this happens and that and this and that. And there was also this thing that was pretty casually universe altering. Ah, you've returned hail and whole. Not that I had any doubt you would, of course. And how did your search of the Hollow go? We may have the information we need to save the 13th. It may be some time. Years, maybe, until we can be certain. But I will be here for as long as it takes. On that subject, I've been thinking. Would you be interested in joining us? As a bounty hunter, I mean. Sarah and I hunt down sin eaters and other threats. The first was saved, but it remains far from safe. You could help us protect the people here. I think I would quite like that, protecting people. If I can do that, then perhaps I will find the strength I need when the time comes. Why are you even pretending like we don't know who this character is? This game is so stupid. Strength, you say? Sounds like you could use a dwarf with a massive hammer. I may have shared the tale of the 13th with a few other noted hunters. Aye, I know what it feels like to fight for something you've already lost. To need to find a way to make it right. And I know that it's not easy to fight on your own, inconvenient as that little truth may be. Thus a new team is born. This calls for a toast. I don't object, so long as this lot carries their weight. I'm a bounty hunter, not a fuka herder. Thank you so much. All of you. I would be honored to fight at your side. I shall do my best to justify the faith you have shown in me, and to save my home. Someday I hope we can visit it together. Sorry, buddy, but as long as this quest line remains optional, I'm afraid you're stuck here forever. Hey, I've been. Hey, buddy, I hate to tell you this, but I've been. I've been a few times. I'm sorry to tell you, I've been a few times. And it's dark over there. I'm glad Tana's made a friend his own age. A bit on the odd side, but aren't we all? Yes, his own age, of course. Training like that was nice. It was never easy, but even back then, but I missed it. And there it is. And now UNUKALHAI has moved homes. Oh! There! It just ends, so now look there. There you go. Now I'll be really curious to see when this happens. Like, could you periodically come back and his dialogue might change to reflect, like, what you've done? Like, when we've gone over there for the first time or what? I don't know. Like, because that's just so funny. Okay, let's just pretend, alright? From the time we finished that quest, I've traveled, we did a bunch of stuff, blah, 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 right? Blah, 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 blah. And then we've come back and post Endwalker patches, and then we talk about it, right? So like I was saying earlier, something I have to remind myself is while we are in the quests and doing the quests, we are playing a past version of ourselves that has not experienced the future events yet, right? Obviously. But then as soon as that quest is over, as soon as you're out of that, you are now your current self once again, and anyone you talk to in the world will reflect your current self's journey. So it can be a little bit tricky in the dialogue like this. So we've finished the role quests, then Endwalker happens, all of the patches come out, and then you go, man, isn't it crazy how we went to the 13th? I should check in with UNUKALHAI, you know, that guy who really wants to go there. And I go, He says, what? With our methods, we can barely maintain a faint connection to the 13th, but you say that you've journeyed there. Incredible. I guess it's strong. You know what? Do you think we can maintain a stronger connection to the 13th? Because the first is right next to it, isn't it? Sorry, the source is right next to it? So I'm pretty sure we're closer. And also, because it's the source, I assume it's much stronger in general as a result. That it's kind of really unlucky to say, UNUKALHAI, I know that you've moved worlds to the first to hang out with Ciela, and you're both from the 13th, but yeah, both are closest to the source, right? So we have to say, sorry, UNUKALHAI, but you actually moved away from the world that would get you to the 13th. Sorry to tell you, pal. Back there, in the source, we opened up the portal, we went in. But unfortunately, you got relegated to the optional content dimension. And here you are. Such drive Archonish Tola must have to uncover the secrets of cross-rift travel, and to conceive of creating an artificial Atomos could only be described as inspired. Suffice it to say, I should like nothing more than to join you on your future forays, but I will abide in patience for now. You already have a capable guide at your disposal, and my presence would be extraneous. Besides, there are certain tasks that require me to be here in the first. For one, I wish to learn more about the approach used to revive the empty. It is my hope that the self-same can be applied in the 13th, and to that end, I have arranged to meet with those involved. UNUKALHAI is going to hang out with Gaia and Rin. How crazy is this? Where there's basically, you got the main quest, and then you have the optional content dimension, and all of that is allowed to reference each other. You know, like UNUKALHAI can talk about the stuff in the empty, because we have done that in the Eden Raid series. So it is funny to think about. Where UNUKALHAI wants to return to the 13th. He wants to go back. He's been trying to figure that out. We tell him we've actually journeyed there, and he goes, well, you know what? That's cool and all, but you know what? I got to stay here. I have stuff to do. I'm a side quest kind of guy. UNUKALHAI is the hooded kid from the sands, yes. With no more hood and no more mask. So to even get him here and to do that, you have to do the Heaven's Ward Extreme Trials. Otherwise, apparently you got to do that first. Luckily, I did that. How cool was that, though? Layers upon layers of the optional questline Lasagna that is Final Fantasy XIV, resulting in UNUKALHAI being soul transferred over to the first. And then we can go, yeah, we've been to the 13th. At loose ends, are you? You're welcome to loiter about here if you intend to spend some coin. Not that I'm not grateful for the business you brought in. Are you sure you don't? Ah, there we go. Good. Good. Look at this. I was like, we're not going to talk to you about it? Look at that. Alright, so. Tell me about Eden. Eden, and what should I know about that? Oh, because the Shadow Keeper part of the Eden questline, right? Big wolf. Mitron, you're quite certain. And a girl bearing Logriff's soul. I thought I sensed something oddly umbral about the Crystarium of late. Ardbert meant to put an end to the whole business, but truth be told, I wouldn't mind retreading old memories a bit. Might be nice to share a pint with the girl, once she's of age, of course, as a matter of fact. Do you think this Gaia would make a good waitress? No? Damn. Oh, man. You gotta, like, refresh yourself on, like, all of the, you know, the people that are associated with new characters. Like, you've got, you know, people getting reincarnated, like I said, and you've got, like, the Logriff thing. Gaia would work at the cafe where, like, the one where they have to be mean to you, you know? The one where they serve you like shit. How cool. Tell me about UNUKALHAI. As I mentioned, we never met in our previous lives, or should I say, while we were properly alive. This never gets less confusing. In any case, we each fought to protect the 13th, but alone as we were, I can hardly say that I know the details of his efforts, only the regrets that we shared after. It wasn't too long before we went our separate ways to play our separate parts, yet here we are again. One last chance to walk the noble path together, who can say? One last chance to walk the noble path? Would you say that that's like a walk to the end? I went to the 13th. What? Not only did you travel to the 13th, you encountered a Memoriat besides. Wicked Wyatt, that's nothing short of a miracle. I used to be a Memoriat myself, but I lost my powers when the Ascians plucked me out of the void. It's astounding to think that this Zero managed to survive with hers all this time. Though she claims to have no desire to save our world, as a compatriot, I should still be keen to meet her. There's only so many of us left, after all. Those who haven't completely lost themselves. Also, I know full well that you and yours have your own objective in the 13th, but should you discover aught that might lead to its restoration, I'd thank you to share it with me. there is something I do really appreciate, that they make an effort to allow you to communicate with some characters that you think might have, like, relevance. Like, if they're not brought into the main quest, you could come here and then you can have a bit of a dialogue with them about it. And that is a nice compromise, you know, instead of just it being, like, completely ignored. As things update in the world, if it relates to characters that aren't there, you can loop them in and get their thoughts on it. And I think that's pretty cool, you know. So if we find out about actually restoring the 13th without their involvement, ironically, I could go, hey, by the way, you're home, lights on, baby, we added a disco over there and we're all dancing. It's a shame that you can't visit because you're here. But love that. And yeah, incredible timing. I mean, obviously it was recommended, and thank you very much for doing so. It was recommended a long time ago, but it was reminded that I should do this before we get to 6.5, and now I can obviously see why, because it might be a little bit, tiny bit, maybe small amount of relevance. Great stuff. And so we bring our stream and our adventure today to a close. Now, I say to you, hey guys, we're going to get Pictomancer, and we're going to do the role quest, and then we're going to do 6.5. And here we are, 6 hours later, our normal stream length for all of these patches. We have done a very fulfilling amount of content in this stream. So we've picked up a new job. We've completed the role quest for ranged melee, or magic melee, I should say. And then 6.5 begins next time. I had a great time with this part of the story. Thank you so much for joining me. Obviously, not main story focused, but it ties into it, so it's very rewarding nonetheless. So I hope you had a good time coming along with me. Yeah, I meant to say magic DPS, but also magic melee does exist. It's called a red mage. But Pictomancer was cool. Pictomancer was very, very cool. I would have probably, like, in hindsight, I would have liked to have probably finished up the Shadowbringers role quests before we started Endwalker, and then it would have been really cool to, like, see this unfold instead of going back to it. But I explained my reasons. Like, I wanted to jump into story content because it had been some time, and I didn't get done what I intended to get done, which was level up characters and have them ready. But hey, at least I'm doing it, and I do really enjoy experiencing the content. And you have a little bit of a different experience depending on the order of actually experiencing the stuff. Doing it now it just ends up being a little more funny, you know, because you can apply some humor to this stuff retroactively. You're like, man, we're going into the void, huh? We're going to be waiting years for that, huh? Damn. So, it's very funny. Seeking the Light is the next main quest for patch 6.5. My going into this, because this is going to be our final story patch stuff before the next expansion, going into this, my sort of predictions and thoughts about it, I feel like it might culminate with a restoration of the 13th. Now, I was already kind of thinking we might achieve that anyway, given that that's what the story is building towards. But like I've said, the next expansion is called Dawn Trail. And, you know, when you have Shadowbringers, you have Endwalker, and it gets all very dark and gloomy, and we're talking about restoring light to a location, and then we have Dawn Trail. We walked to the end, but now we have a trail of dawn to shine a light on. So we'll see what happens. I feel like that's where we're leading with the expansion title. What will actually happen, though, if that even is close to the mark is the super exciting stuff as we go through Dawn Trail together. And I'm just getting more and more excited because I'm gonna be caught up to date on the main story content at the very least by the time Evercold releases, and we'll be experiencing a new expansion together, which is just crazy. What a journey. I'm very grateful for those that have been joining me for this one. I hope you enjoyed your time on the stream today. There's good story content that might not be part of the main narrative, but it's part of my narrative. And that's why I love experiencing it. 6.5 next time, Growing Light. We will see what happens. And then we'll maybe come back here and tell these guys all about it. But for now, this is where I leave you. I will stream again in a few days for 6.5, and I will see you next time.